And AI had a crazy year, right? We've gone basically from AI being very theoretical to AI being foundational. We've seen regulation getting in the way. We've seen finally the geopolitical angle with government competing not only on models, but also on regulation, standard, and sovereignty. We've seen models going to the agentic, and models going multimodal. And finally, we've seen actually AI going in full production. We've seen a Cambrian explosion of apps across productivity, across healthcare, across mobility, and across defense that a lot of people are looking at those days. So it's my pleasure for our first session to welcome the person that actually coined the term generative AI, and that's one of the world's most respected voices on anything AI trends. So join me in welcoming on stage Sonya Huang from Sequoia Capital.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for hosting me today in your beautiful country, this beautiful city. I'm delighted to share some observations on what's happening in AI from a venture capitalist point of view. And so from the 30,000-foot point of view, what are we seeing? And I framed this talk as the AI race, because what we're seeing play out in front of us is very much the biggest race of our lifetimes from a technology perspective. So let's get started. Technology comes in waves, and if you look at the previous waves of technology, it started with the semiconductor wave of the 1960s, giving us the power of raw compute. Beyond that, systems and networks made those computers useful, connected them. In the 90s, the internet revolution completely changed the way that we exchange and access information. In the 2000s, the application economy shaped the way that we as consumers get to experience the power of technology. And of course, the 2010s gave us the mobile wave. And it is the culmination of 60 decades of technology progress that has given us the necessary and critical conditions for AI to take place. And AI is not just another wave. It is the ultimate wave. This is the technology pinnacle that computer scientists have been dreaming of since the 1960s. But there's a reason it's only arriving now, because it took 6 decades of hard work in order to have the raw compute, the GPU clusters that are capable of training models of this size, the internet that's given us trillions and trillions of tokens worth of training data, and that's before you even look at YouTube data, the mobile phone that's given everybody a supercomputer in the palm of their hands. It's the collective progress of all of these waves of technology that's led us to this point in time that computer scientists have been dreaming of for decades. And so I think we should all feel incredibly fortunate to be alive and building at this point in time. About a decade ago, Marc Andreessen coined the very catchy term Marc Andreessen coined the very catchy term, software is eating the world. And he was right. Every business became a digital business. But I think what's happening now is something even more profound. Neural nets are eating software. So instead of computer scientists, programmers, programming a machine with code manually, what's happening is neural nets. Machines are figuring out how to code themselves. We see this in self-driving, where millions of lines of handwritten code of C are being replaced with end-to-end neural nets. We see this happening in customer support, where instead of having these intricate decision trees and IVR systems that have been crafted, end-to-end neural nets are now powering customer support agents. And then finally, we see this in software engineering itself, where 30 million professional software engineers have dedicated themselves to the craft of how to program a computer. And now, thanks to Anthropic, Sonnet, many other models, the neural nets are now giving the power of coding into everybody's hands. And so I think what's happening here is neural nets are not just a side project and academic fascination, but they very much will be the drivers of the economy going forward. Several years ago, Jensen Huang said something provocative at one of our Sequoia events. Every pixel will be generated, not rendered. And I think this extends not just to pixels in the visual universe, but every job, every workflow will be generated. And I don't think we've all properly grasped yet, what does that mean for the world? What does it mean when video games and TV shows can be generated on the fly? What does it mean when you can personalize a child's education to the way that they learn and what their personal passions are? I think it's exhilarating to think about what that future holds, and I think we're just scratching the surface right now. Okay, let's do a quick mindset check. With every technology wave, there's also naysayers who can't wait to claim, this thing was overblown. We saw it happen with the internet. We're seeing it happen right now. This MIT study came out that 95% of enterprises are not getting value out of their AI pilots. And there's some truth to this. Like if you are a CEO of a company and you are decreeing top-down, we're going to become AI native, and you buy a few AI tools and call it a day, you are going to be disappointed. Because AI requires an entire mindset shift. But this isn't a top-down revolution. And so as with any other prior technology, if you look at the people on the ground floor who are actually building with the technology, developers, tinkerers, enthusiasts, and you see that they're actually getting to understand the quirks of these models, where they fail, where they succeed. If you see what's happening at the ground floor, I think there's reason to be incredibly excited. Because I think what's happening is AI is driving a fundamentally better customer experience. ChatGPT is just a better customer experience than traditional search. Waymo is a better user experience than getting in a traditional ride-hailing vehicle. Even customer support. So this is one of the most fascinating things. 10 years ago, you call customer support, you get put through to the answering machine, and you just say, talk to human, talk to human, talk to human. And now what we're seeing is that these voice agents, we're going to hear from Madi later in this conference, voice is becoming so expressive, and digital customer support agents are capable of being so knowledgeable, so empathetic, so humorous, that people are actually preferring them to traditional customer support agents. So AI is not just a productivity revolution, it's a customer experience revolution. And we think the size of this opportunity is massive. If you look at what happened in software, software was a $350 billion market a decade ago that grew to $650 billion, of which $400 billion a year is SaaS. But SaaS is fundamentally workflows on top of databases. You still need a human to execute the work. What's different about AI is that the neural net is capable of doing the work end to end. And so that means that you're not only playing for the $600 billion software opportunity here, it's the $10 trillion economy that comes into view. Okay, section 2. Let's talk about what's happening for the race for AGI from the technology layer out. And I think of AI as a layer cake. At the very bottom, you have compute. This is the raw silicon that makes all of this possible. Above that, you have the foundation models. I call this affectionately the brain in a jar, because it is super intelligent. It's the core fabric of what makes this all work. But it only has read access. It can't write or execute. Digital embodiment adds write and execute access. So these models can actually do work on our behalves in the digital world. And finally, the final layer, physical embodiment. We're just on the precipice of a robotics revolution and renaissance as well. Let's hop through each of these layers in a little bit more depth, starting with the race for compute. This is the single biggest technology build-outs we've seen in history. The hyperscalers have gone from spending $25 billion a year on CapEx to north of $300 billion this year. And this is the fuel for everything that's happening in the model layer. This is the reason we have these models that are capable of being such incredible reasoners, such incredible generations of video. It's because the hyperscalers are playing a game that they cannot afford to lose, pouring compute into the ground, and the rest of the ecosystem gets to benefit, similar to what we've seen in prior waves. And why does this matter? Because AI is still fundamentally compute constrained. So who here has played with the new Sora video launch? Okay, nice. Encourage you guys all to try it. It's incredible. And it's a direct result of OpenAI having the access to a lot more compute. Because the reality is, the technology already exists. We can build incredible things. But there's not enough compute out there to power all the things that we as consumers want to build. And so as more compute gets put into the ground, this AI customer experience frontier gets to be experienced much faster. Okay, let's move up a layer in the stack to the model layer. I think the most important breakthrough of the last decade was what happened in the large language model race, and specifically increasing returns to scale. So typically, in almost every industry, the law of physics is diminishing marginal returns. And what researchers found when scaling GPT-2, which is on the order of 1 billion parameters, to GPT-3, which on the order of 100 billion or so parameters, was that emergent capabilities started to emerge. And so you throw more compute at the problem, and the models were now capable of Q&A, of understanding language, of telling jokes. And so this kicked off a gigantic race to scale, because these problems that had eluded natural language researchers for decades, how do we get the machine capable of understanding human language, were coming out of the machine purely as a function of scale. And we're seeing this happen in other modalities, like the video market as well, where the more compute and data you throw at a video model, the more capable it becomes of actually understanding and rendering real physics. I think the most important AI breakthrough of the last couple years belongs to OpenAI's Strawberry team. And so if you look at historically the major AI paradigms, large language models are incredibly broad and generalist, but they're thin. They only think on the order of a few seconds before answering. Reinforcement learning, by contrast, if you look at systems like AlphaGo, they're incredibly deep. They offer superintelligence. The best machines can beat the best human Go players, but they're incredibly narrow by definition. And the biggest breakthrough that the OpenAI Strawberry team had, and that other reasoning teams have had through the industry, is figuring out how to bridge large language models with reinforcement learning together. So you get the breadth and the generality of what's happening in the LLM ecosystem, combined with the depth of reinforcement learning. And today, reinforcement learning is just the cherry on top of the pre-training cake. Imagine what happens when that paradigm starts to invert. Let's move up a layer. You have this brain in a jar, but it can sit there pontificating and theorizing, but one of the most exciting breakthroughs in terms of actually unleashing AI as a productivity gain is allowing these models to use tools on our computers to make things happen in the digital ecosystem. And thanks to things like MCP, agentic frameworks, different harnesses, multi-agent systems that are now being reinforcement learned and seem extremely promising, we're starting to bring this raw layer of intelligence out into the digital world. And finally, for the last layer, it's physical embodiment. And robotics just went through about a decade of, we're in the peak of the valley of despair right now. But I think if you look at the foundation model companies, they're all very clearly making investments in robotics now. Because I think they see the same thing that we do, which is that you now have all this intelligence bottled up in the digital world. But if you actually want to change the world, you have to move into the physical economy. 85% of GDP is in the physical world. You need to close the loop on these systems. You need video data in order to train the models better. And thanks to a lot of innovation that's happening in this layer of the stack, from hardware to learning and simulation to reinforcement learning, neural nets that are now making their way, end-to-end neural nets that are making their way into robotics. We actually have hope in robotics for the first time in a long time. And I think Tesla Optimus in particular deserves a lot of credit for inspiring and invigorating the entire robotics industry to take flight. Who here's seen this image? Okay, this is the image OpenAI released when it won the International Math Olympiad this year, and this was an oh shit moment for me, because if you had asked anyone in the industry a couple years ago, most folks would never have guessed we would be here today, where AI can solve math competitions. And it's not about winning a math medal. It's the fact that these systems can actually reason. People used to think LLMs were just stochastic parrots. You can't stochastic parrot your way to winning the International Math Olympiad. So I think this is an incredible demonstration of what's happened from this technology race. Because what happens when you start thinking on the order of an hour means you can solve the International Math Olympiad, but what happens as you scale up that compute further? What happens when you can think on the order of 10 hours, which Anthropic just released? What happens when you can think on the order of hundreds or thousands of hours, or millennia? I think scaling inference time compute and reasoning is what people believe is the most promising path towards achieving scientific breakthroughs. And lest you think this is all about nerds nerding out to win Math Olympiad medals, I promise you it's not. This is affecting the real economy. OpenAI put out this evaluation, GDP Val. If you compare human experts to the models at a variety of tasks across the knowledge economy, we are getting very close to the 50% mark where the model's on parity with industry experts. Let's talk about the race for the application layer. There's 2 killer apps in AI already. ChatGPT, 700 million weekly active users, more than $10 billion in revenue, front door for AI. Claude, more than $5 billion in revenue, coding revolution. If you look at how the race for the application layer is playing out, it's a race between the foundation models that we just talked about in the prior section, who are moving up the stack from the model layer, and the application companies that are moving from the customer back. And each has its own benefits. The technology players have magnificent technology hammers. They have account distribution. They have brands. But the people building from the customer back have deep understanding of customer pain points, which means they can take an opinionated point of view on the ideal workflow to solve these problems. And so in reality, the way we think it's going to play out is a lot of the application layer will be won by the foundation model companies. They have the benefit of these magnificent technology hammers and the benefit of being able to vertically integrate and reinforcement learn getting their user data to improve the underlying models. But there's also this entire universe of application layer companies to be built. And so I very much think of the application race in AI as a fractal. You have things like OpenAI, consumer, Anthropic for developers at the root of this fractal. But then you have companies like Harvey that are taking all this magic and making it useful for lawyers, in Harvey's case, getting legal data sets, working on legal reasoning and workflows. You have companies like Open Evidence that is used by more than half of the physicians in the United States and just scored 100% on the US medical licensing exam. And so the reason I call this a fractal is, as you get to the frontier of the application space, the fractal just keeps multiplying. There's so many opportunities, so many different workflows, different customer pain points, different companies to build. Finally, just a note on what's ahead. Here are 4 predictions for what we should expect to see in the next 12 months. And just so you all know, I revise this and throw it out every day or so because AI is moving so quickly. But 1, continual learning. This is one of the biggest handicaps of today's models, and all the foundation research companies are working on it. 2, video and world models. We saw this recently with MetaVibes and OpenAI Sora. I think we're about to see a video revolution. 3, robotics. If you look how quickly the rate of progress has been in companies like Tesla Optimus, Figure, Physical Intelligence, Skilled, it seems very clear that we're reaching a breakthrough moment for robotics. And finally, science. Some of the top physicists I know chose to leave their fields and work in AI because they thought that working on AI was actually the fastest way to solve the greatest unsolved problems in physics. And I think we're going to see that happen. We're going to see it happen in physics. We're going to see that happen in biology. We're going to see that happen in chemistry, material science. So these are some of the pillars that make me incredibly excited for what's ahead. So quick wrap up. This is the biggest technology race of our lifetimes. We think it's a $10 trillion opportunity. All the critical ingredients are finally here, and I think we should all feel incredibly lucky that we're alive at this point in time. The race for AGI, from the technology out, is firing across every layer of the stack, from compute to foundation models to digital embodiment, now even physical embodiment. The race for the application layer we should think of as a fractal. There's so much to build. And finally, what's ahead? Continual learning, video models, robotics, science, and we'll see what else surprises us. Thank you very much for the time today.
Thank you, Sonya, for the panoramic view of AI. And it's great when there is such a strong velocity in the market to be able to step back and look at the data, the patterns, and what lies ahead. Now, in venture, we often talk about founders, we often talk about markets, we often talk about product market fit. What we often overlook is investors' founder fit, right? And that's what we're going to discuss today, is that behind some of the greatest success story, there is an exceptional partnership between a partner at a venture fund or an investor and a founder. And this is exactly one of those authentic stories, going from kind of pasta, carbonara pasta during near-death moments, all the way to celebrating the successes of a company that's been reshaping APIs and some of the hard things to do with AI today. And so I'm pleased to welcome on stage legendary investor Mike Volpi and Augusto Marietti, the founder of Kong.
It's a pleasure to be here on stage with my good friend, Augusto Marietti. I have to say that every time I do one of these with him, I get highly confused as to whether I should be doing this in English or in Italiano. So I think today we'll try in English. If we get confused along the way and start speaking Italian, I apologize in advance. It is a true pleasure to be here with him. I've known Agi since 2011, I think, so it's a very long time, a long partnership and friendship that I've developed with him from the days when he started his company, now known as Kong. I'm going to ask him a few questions about the journey, and hopefully that'll help reveal a little bit of not only the entrepreneurial journey that he had to go through, but the relationship that we've built over those years. So I'm going to start with asking you...
And I'm not sure I should interview you, too.
Yeah, feel free. Any question is good. Let me start, for context setting, to ask you to talk a little bit about your company, Kong, and where it is today.
Yeah, Kong builds infrastructure for API and AI connectivity. We're basically building the freeway to make software and AI talks. Headquartered in San Francisco. Almost 900 people today in 28 countries, and we service large, medium, and small customers.
Fantastic. How many employees did you say?
Almost 900.
900 employees, which is an amazing story, really. So Kong did not start with 900 employees, as you might imagine. It started as a slightly smaller adventure when Agi was in Rome. So Agi, tell us a little bit about the story at the very beginning. Where did it start before it ended up in San Francisco?
I grew up in Rome. I'm born in Rome, and I moved to Milan to study actually economics. And I met my co-founder there, Marco Palladino, and we started in a garage in Via Castaldi in Milan. And at that time, that was more than a decade ago, so Italy is very different in technology now. But we wanted to raise capital, and the company was not Kong, was Misshape back then. But we were still going after APIs, even a decade ago. So we're going up and down, asking for early funding, and a lot of people thought we were doing honey and stuff like that, but it was technology. And so we weren't really successful, so we moved to, at one point we went, okay, we've been here a year. We built a small prototype, and I remember this, we had like few thoughts in our head. Number one, we go to London, we go to Paris, New York, or just go San Francisco.
So you already knew you were going to move out of Italy at that point?
At that point, we kind of basically not give up on the business, but give up on raising in Italy. And again, it was a decade ago, it was much different vibes, but so we basically just went to Malpensa and took a $600 plane going through Atlanta, which we spent a few hours in secondary room, and then eventually ended up in San Francisco with a tourist visa and 90 days on the clock. And the mission was raise money and keep going, or don't and go back to Italy, and that was it. And we were able to raise.
Where did you stay when you were in San Francisco?
So it was a long journey. We stayed in many places, including benches on a park. Yeah. We stayed at our Airbnb. when it was only 7 people. And the reason for that, Airbnb was just coming out of Y Combinator. And they only $32 a night, as well as the founder of Uber, Travis Kalanick. I also spent few weeks there, and so it was a very learning experience of welcoming once I went there.
Okay, so tell us about the first process of fundraising for the company that used to be called Meshape, now called Kong.
So so here's the thing. We had 2 months going all over the sandy road, and we were barely speaking English. In fact, when you met, you were correct me all the time. You still do. And
his English is much better now, I have to say.
And so what happened is we went to the sandy road. Basically, we had no visa, no legal authority, no moral authority, no technology authority, and so it was hard to raise even there. But 2 weeks from tourist visa expiring, there was a Stanford Entrepreneurship Week. So we went there, and at the end, we were one of the last. At that point, you had no iPhone check-in. It was just a piece of paper with all the emails and the phone number of the people that attended. It was 400 people. So I basically steal the whole pack of registrations, and I went home desperate till 6 a.m. and manually, there was no ChatGPT back then, so manually just email all the 400 people of the conference, say, very great to meet you, even if I've never met them, and then say, hey, we're doing Meshape, it's an API marketplace, yada, yada. We want to, meet for continued discussion for investment. And I think 20 people replied, 10 were interested, 5 said they will show up to see us, and 2 really came to see us, which was Mattress on the Floor in a place on Mission and Valencia. And that was our founding YouTube employees, and they wrote the first 50K check, which for us was through life or death. And then a few days later, we came back to Italy, and that allows to have money to come back, and then back and forth, and then eventually we got...
So then you raise your seed round?
Then we came back, and we start to, okay, let's get an office and more serious, and we started to get the seed funding in 2011, which is then when I met you.
Exactly. That's when my firm at the time, Index Ventures, participated, I think, in the seed. I think we wrote like a $500,000 check or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Seed round happens.
And I remember exactly we're in this bar on South Park, and we got to introduce it with one of the partners. Like, we talk about blah blah, and again, I was basically not legally. I had no visa. I was an illegal immigrant.
It's a good thing you did it back then, because now you have people coming, throwing you out of the country. But okay.
So we were speaking English, all of that, and not really classical Sandy Road or Stanford DNA. And I remember you say, well, why not? Boom, and that was a $500,000 check.
Exactly, which worked out great. So then fast forward, you raise a Series A, which is Index and CRV, still as Meshape, still as an API marketplace. Things are going okay, and then I think it gets a little bit challenging for you. So tell the story about post-Series A, what happened to your company.
Yeah, one thing, Kong to these days, every year we give the Founders Awards every February. And the Founders Award is 2,555 stocks. And it's a symbolic grant that we give to one that embraces our culture the most. And what that means is 2,555 days of struggle, which was the first 7 years where we started to where really things started to take off, and to remind the whole company that. So it was a journey, actually, of 7 years of struggle, which is 2,555 days. And we remind the company every year by giving this award. And that you have to think about wake up every morning, not 100 times when you start a company and you still have the adrenaline and let's go, but you have to wake up 1,000 times and you're going nowhere, and you still have to find adrenaline to keep going. So that's a reminder. So that's how long was the journey. But what happened is, so I think the vision that APIs were going to be the way software talks, and there's going to be trillions of API calls and trillions of APIs. The big tailwind was there. That's the thing we got right. It was a multi-decade journey. The thing we got not wrong was the execution on how we would get after it. And so we raised. So here is already like 2013 was a challenging Series A. So we actually have 3 near-death experience, major one, into our company. Was one when we came to San Francisco and we're sleeping like homeless, and if we didn't get those 50,000, it was over. And we kept going. Then we got the seed. It was relatively actually easy, the seed. And then a year later, a year and a half later, we started to do Series A, and it took like 5-6 months. The reason is that the idea of the API marketplace was great, but the traction was not that substantial at that time. Mm-hmm. So even there, I think we had a few months left, and we were able though to raise and go ahead. I think the hardest time though of an entrepreneur journey was in 2014, where actually it was not because we were running out of money. We had maybe half of our Series A still in the bank. But at that point, we were mentally 5 or 6 years into the race. And we have consumed all our angel, all our seed, and half for the Series A. The company was about 20 people, 22 people. And you can see that it was going nowhere. And so you have put half a decade of your life into this. You left everything. Now we had O1 visa by then. That was a big plus. That was maybe the only thing going good. And so you have to think, you spend all this time, the company is going nowhere, there's no product market fit, you don't have light at the end of the tunnel. You know that those monies eventually will go away. We were making a couple $100,000 a year in revenue. And you're starting really to have an existential crisis as an entrepreneur. You have to be very mentally strong when those moment happens.
Yeah.
And I'm 10,000 miles away. And I remember one guy quit because this thing is bullshit. And I went back home, and it was like midnight in the Tenderloin, if you've ever been in the Tenderloin.
Not very
San
nice.
Francisco. And I get a FaceTime from Rome, and it was my mom that she told me she had cancer. And I remember that night, I was like 10,000 miles away, the business going nowhere, my mom is sick, I can't be there. If I leave the company now, there's like 20 people that basically are going to quit. That probably was the hardest that things went through, but it was probably mentally the hardest point. That's to say that when you start an entrepreneur journey, it's not this la-la land of building crazy stuff. It's actually intertwined with life a lot, and you have to really go through. That's probably was the hardest.
What do you think kept you going in that difficult moment?
So funny enough, I never in my head passed the things that I would give up, even then. And going back home as, going back to Italy and like, oh, we couldn't make it, that was definitely not an option. I read a lot of books of folks. I remember Winston Churchill book, say, if you go through the hell, keep going. I just kept doing that. And then I tried to visit my mom as much as I can as she was going through chemo. And then she went through it well. And you just go, basically we learned, you just have to go that day. Just go one more day. Just go one more day, one more day, one more day. And then you go to 2,555 days, and then it just takes off. At some point, startups really in the early days, the startups don't die. Founders quit. So as long as you don't quit, the startup is alive. And that's what we knew, and that's what we had to carry.
Okay, let's fast forward to 2016. Mache becomes Kong through a pivot. Explain a little bit what the pivot was and why you felt that was the moment to change the direction and really change the identity of the company.
So we went through that 2014, knowing that things weren't going great. Actually, during those hard moments, on my way back from Italy, after I visited my mom, I started to write on the plane the era of Renaissance, no? Il Rinascimento. And I wrote this big memo, and I sent it to the whole company. And basically, I said, this is our time. We need to experiment with a bunch of stuff and find our own creations. And some of these experiments were not very valuable, but one of that eventually produced Kong. And one of those were, hey, we built this massive infrastructure for powering thousands of APIs, and it was called an ape node at that time, the ape of the node of the mesh ape. And why we don't open source it, and we make it the API infrastructure for every company in the world, because I think every company in the world will be API-centric. And that's exactly what we did. So we open sourced that. And I remember we had a lot of long discussions at various of this board meeting. And I remember you say, oh, there's a lot of this now open source company popping out. Why we don't take some of these pieces? And it was instrumental inputs, because I think it gives us, sometimes founders are like, you know, we pretend to know things, but sometimes we just don't really know things. And I think having investors that give you confidence during those time, it's the difference between success or failure. And so you give us, I remember, the confidence that, A, you can do this through open source, and the company can go public like that, and you can become a massive business, and so you can just detach from your original execution and do this. And so we did that, and we open sourced Kong in mid-2015. And at the same time, also, we needed more bridge. And again, you came to give us more money to extend the runway to do the pivot, and then in 2016, it was clear that it was become the #1 API project on GitHub. But by 2016, it still is today. And it was clear that millions of developers were starting to use it, and we can pivot the whole company to Kong Inc., sell the Michela marketplace as an asset to somebody else, and just reborn in the summer of 2017 as a Kong Inc.
Yeah. Well, and it's kind of interesting because one of the benefits, I'll say, that investors have is that we get to see many, many, many different companies doing many different things. And it's not that you can copy what any one company is doing, but you see shapes and patterns. And I think we were able to ask you questions that tickled your mind, to take this idea that really was a marketplace company and turned it into a data infrastructure company, which was Kong, and based it on open source, right? And then the Kong takes off.
Actually, a funny story. After Mike invested, there was a very few weird board meetings. Because there was really it was very early. After the Series A, there was not much business to talk about it. So I remember it was like 5 slides, and that was the board meeting. There wasn't, it was like few people. And so I was talking with my co-founder, Mark, and said, this is not going to be a good board meeting. We haven't made much progress, burned a bunch of money. I think we should cook a carbonara.
This is true, by the way.
And good wine, of course. So in the office, we basically took those electrical plugs, which is illegal because by the office code you cannot do that, and put a big boiling water, and we started to make a carbonara. And I think that was eventually the best board meeting because we made a pretty good carbonara, and we ended up having actually good time and talk business, all of that. But that was our idea, to figure it out how to go through the board meeting when you haven't made much progress.
I have to say, I've been to a few thousand board meetings. Nobody's ever cooked me carbonara like he has. That was absolutely spectacular. The board meeting was the best. Okay, so 2016, you pivot to Kong. You change the name of the company to Kong.
Yep.
It becomes the most popular API gateway in the world. Millions and millions of use cases and users and traffic and so on and so forth. And the company starts to accelerate also in terms of revenue, which brings us today, market leader in the category, biggest player, and so forth.
And by the way, 2016 wasn't easy. I mean, the things were going, but when we raised our Series B, and that wasn't hard, but because we spent so much time during this pivot, I think when the money hit the bank, there too we had 2 weeks left.
2 weeks left in cash.
In cash, yeah, I remember that. So you had to walk very calm when you go through those times.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's fast forward to today. You know, the company has evolved and changed shape. You've created more and more services on top of your basic business, but you're facing a fairly pivotal moment with the advent of AI. And maybe you can talk a little bit about how you see the opportunity for Kong in the new AI ecosystem, AI economy, and whether it's a good thing for you, or maybe it's a scary thing for you.
So the big bet is that API traffic and AI traffic will converge, and they're already converging. We're moving from behind the infrastructure is always API request, but as I know, probably you know this, every API call now carry 100,000 or millions of tokens underneath. Every time we use any LLMs through programmatic interface, whether they're powering a chat or an agent, they carry millions or billions of API calls that underneath, they carry a lot of tokens, which is how we measure intelligence. So I think API calls and AI traffic are converging, and we have the opportunity to be the infrastructure, the broker, the traffic layer for both. So for us, it's like in a way, in the cloud era, you were building infrastructure for making microservices and multi-cloud talks. And in the agentic era, you're doing the same, but for LLM and agents to talk. And I think internet of the last 30 years was built for humans. So websites, applications, click, scroll, mouse, that's still to stay, but the internet of the future is built for machines. And machines don't need to see, scroll, mouse, and click. They have to just programmatically access informations and APIs to get stuff done. And so the amount of consumption of programming interface that are going at machine scale will be on an order of magnitude that we can't even comprehend now. And I think if we can build the infrastructure for that traffic, it will be much, much bigger than being the infrastructure for what we've been for the human traffic.
And I assume that you already have products out and already seeing some momentum around this AI stuff, right?
Yeah, so a year ago, we launched the little brother or the little sister of Kong Gateway, which is an AI gateway, which helps manage all the LLM traffic in and out of applications or agents, and that's going. It's probably the fastest growing product that we ever had from inception to pipeline and revenue. And so that's the beginning of the journey to move from just an API connectivity company to an AI connectivity company.
I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about your evolution as a businessman and as a leader. You obviously started off as a literally starving entrepreneur trying to keep the lights on. Now you manage a company of nearly 1,000 employees. They live all over the world. You've had different leaders on your team that you've transitioned in and out. You've changed direction of the company. You've pivoted. Talk about your own evolution from 15 years ago when you came to the US to the leader that you are today. What have you changed about yourself? What are the biggest lessons that you've learned?
So there are things you have to change and things that you don't have to change. For example, when we came to US and we're a few people, we had to figure out how to eat. We had really no salary. We had a promissory note for $1,000 to divide in 3 people every month. It was $300, and you have to do rent and eat. So it was about rice and beans and tuna pasta. And you had to feed the early team of the seed round, like that. And even when you're 900 people, I mean, your job is somehow to still feeding people. It's just different ways. So those are core principles, I think, humanity. The other one that I think doesn't have to change, I think, to be, in my opinion, to be a good CEO, it's to have a limited love for humanity. You have to really love people to do this job. And founders is more of a status, you know, and CEO is more of a role. So as the company scale, you have to change that. And what you go through when you're like 10, 20 people, 30 people, you're still managing the products. And when you grow, you're managing the company. And you have to become like an architect, like the architect of the company, and be the enabler for things to happen. So remove roadblocks, all of that. You need to listen a lot because people have much more experience than you do, and every leaders that you hire, you can learn some, and then tweaks along the way. But love humanity, feeding people, those things remain from 20 people to 2,000 people, and the culture, it's probably a core asset that you have to really focus on when you're like 40 people, 50 people, because that's where things start to change, and you want common belief, common grounds, common rituals, common way of communication, common way of doing things, and that's really becoming the operating system of the company, and you have to build and architect that operating system of the company.
Now, you've had a fairly tight and small board now for quite a few years. It's myself,
Best board.
Dada from CRV, Martine from A16Z. What advice would you give founders about the investors you pick and the board you compose for yourself?
So I think, first of all, I'm very lucky, we're very lucky to have this board. I generally don't think we're able to reproduce this board. It was a different time, a different era, where we assemble a board of operators in previous lives. You were operators at scale. Martine was also founder of a company that he sold to VMware, was operator. Davide was also operator. So became VC kind of a second act in your life, but you have the operator. So picking, like you see with this summary of our story, it's a lot of higher, and lower low, mostly lower lows at the beginning. And you have to have an investor that has a lot of empathy for those moments and really need to understand those moments. And when you saw those moments, this is a critical moment that needs to, okay, this is one of those moments you have to, like in the pivot, give us the confidence, right? Because those are moments when you lose that confidence, you can just go downhill. But you can only have that if you've been in those shoes and you've been somewhat operator before to have generally that kind of confidence. So that's one important thing, to have investors, operators that understand. And also the chemistry has to be very important, because it's a very long journey. If it goes well, it could last decades in private markets and then in public markets. And it's a very strong relationship that has to get built over time. And so you have to also have that chemistry as well.
How do you look for that chemistry? What did you look for?
One thing is, like, I always divide the world by artist and scientist, and I'm maybe 60-70% artist. That's why I study economics, try to be a little bit more scientist. And so you need what you can complement who you already are, because if you are a duplicate, there's not much inputs into your system. And on the like art skill, you are mostly a scientist. And that was very valuable for me, because you see.
That's why I have an engineering degree.
That's why you see things I don't necessarily see, because you have a million scientists' point of view and a million artists, right? But that's what balance the world, and so that was very important. Second, I think both need to be aligned to build something big, because I see a lot of misalignment sometimes where, okay, let's sell these things for $500 million or even $1 billion, and doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It's about having an impact and build something big, and the score will take care of itself. And so having both investors and founders that no matter what, we're going to give it all. It might not go nowhere, but we're just going to give it all to build the biggest things we can build. That vision, I think, was very clear when I met you, both ways. Italian was a big plus, too.
Okay, one last question for you. You've been doing this for 15 years. Maybe a little longer. If you were to go back and meet your 21-year-old self, what advice would you give that 21-year-old?
Don't start. No, joke. So it takes. So when I was 21. You have this, and it's good, you have this mind that everything is easy and everything is going to happen fast, which is actually the way why you start to do things. But it takes much longer than what you think. And I think you have to think really in a decades horizon to build something that matters and something that lasts. And when I was 21, I think I was only looking maybe a year or 2 years down instead of looking decades. And I think it's very important when you go through a journey, because you're going to sacrifice, you will have to sacrifice everything in your life for this. You'll have to sacrifice times that you wanted to spend elsewhere. You have to be this, otherwise these things died. And it's worth it having a 10 years vision. So my advice would be, things are gonna, in the short terms, things are not gonna look like great, but if you do it for longer terms, they will compound, we will achieve much bigger things than we ever thought possible.
Fantastic. Well, Agi, it's been a long partnership between you and I, and it's been a true privilege for me. I have genuinely enjoyed seeing you develop as a leader, seeing the company develop into a market-leading company. I think the best is still ahead for you and for the company, and I look forward to seeing that through.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks, Mike. Thanks.
We can go this way. Thank you, Agi. Thank you, Mike, for a brilliant reminder that behind every overnight success, there is actually years, decades of effort, grit, partnerships between VC and investors, and that the road is absolutely not linear. From there, we move to someone who has seen it all. Every era that Sonya was describing a little bit earlier, from the birth of Google search to now the agentic web. So it's my pleasure to welcome on stage Microsoft CTO Kevin Scott.
Hi everyone, my name is Arjun Karpal. I'm Senior Technology Correspondent at CNBC, and it's my pleasure to speak to Kevin today. Kevin, good to meet you and good to speak to you. Look, really big topic, agentic AI, but I've heard about 101 different definitions for agentic AI, AI agents. What is it in your view, and how do you envisage this playing out?
I think simply put, like what we want with AI agents are things that we can delegate increasingly complicated work to, the same way that you would think about delegating work like a task or like a very complicated project to a collaborator or someone who works with you in your enterprise, or something that you might seek assistance for like in just sort of normal ways like a consultant or whatnot. The agentic web is a collection of these agents with all of the platform infrastructure available so that they can not only complete these tasks in the narrow sense by making calls into models to do inference, but to also communicate with each other, to be able to make calls to effect action on things in the real world, to pull information into them that they need to complete the task, to change state in other systems. And so, I mean, in a sense, the agentic web is really a lot like the set of infrastructure and the platform that emerged with the web in the early days.
And I know you've been thinking recently a lot about the path there, particularly as it pertains to infrastructure. So what to you at the moment are some of the kind of big challenges that are ahead that need to be solved?
Well, I think the thing that we've seen over the last handful of years is the models are certainly becoming increasingly capable at reasoning and planning and coordinating like relatively complicated things. But the things that are missing are, like if you are a provider of a piece of content or a service, like you have a website or you have a product or an application and you want them to be accessible to agents. So some of the plumbing there doesn't exist. It's beginning to emerge right now. Like there's this beautiful thing called the Model Context Protocol, MCP, that was started by Anthropic, that is like one of those really essential plumbing components that's emerging, and like you can just sort of see the fast adoption of that by lots and lots of people is telling you that that is a essential piece that was missing. The thing I think we're all going to hear a lot about over the coming year is memory, because if you sort of think about delegating work to an agent the same way that you think about delegating work to a human being, if the agent doesn't have any memory, it's sort of a weird limitation on what is possible for it to do. So the ability for the agents to remember past interactions with you, to remember the solutions to problems that it's already solved, like super important. And like I think increasingly you're seeing memory talked about by infrastructure providers and becoming features of products. And I think the important thing with memory, again, and like the thing that I spend a bunch of my time thinking about is how you can ensure that this agentic web is as open as humanly possible. And so one of the things with memory is like you want memory in agents to be kind of like a document. You want it to be a thing that you own as the person who's created these memories by interacting with agents, and that you can store, that you can move around into other contexts, that just it can't be locked up inside of like one place where you can never get at it and there's no way to build tooling around it.
There's also this idea though, that you want the agent to be able to have that memory but also not become an echo chamber.
Correct.
Right? So how do you sort of get to that part?
Well, I mean, it sort of depends on what you mean by echo chamber. But like I think having portable memory, like where you can sort of combine memories from multiple different interactions with multiple agents that you're having with, ensures that you've got some kind of diversity of context that the agents can reason over. Like one of the things that our teams at Microsoft have been doing a bunch of research on the past 4 or 5 years is like, I hate to use the term, the psychology of agents. And like you can get into like very, very weird spots with agents, like, kind of these echo chamber effects where they get sort of siloed and can't break out of like a strong attractor, so to speak, in a thing that you've asked them to do without being able to really have some control over the memory context that they have.
And to get to this idea of agents that you're laying out here, do we need the models to get even bigger than they currently are?
Well, I think the models are going to get bigger than they already are, just because there's this very clear path, and we're not yet at the point of diminishing marginal returns here on like scaling models up to make them more capable at reasoning against more complicated things. So it does actually, that there are features of models that aren't necessarily about how big the model is in terms of number of parameters, like that are very helpful for dealing with memories. So like you'll sort of hear people talk about context windows, like the amount of tokens that you can send into a model at inference time. Long context windows are kind of a hack, I think, in terms of like getting a real complete memory. Like what you eventually want is like models that are really, really, really good at planning how to accomplish a task, and they can sort of construct a memory on the fly by accessing a bunch of resources that contain fragments of memory. It's in the same way that you reason. Like if someone asks you a question about a particular thing, you don't consult every memory that's stored in your brain in order to answer a particular question. Like you just consider the bits and pieces and fragments of memory that you have that are relevant to the thing that the question that you're trying to answer. And like the other, really interesting thing I think about agentic memory that will be borrowed from biological memory is like we have a way to recall things relatively imprecisely in the beginning, but we can refine our recollections to become very precise. And like most of that refinement of memory to get them to be precise is about reasoning.
Yeah. We were talking about sort of model sizes, and you mentioned sort of scaling here, and I know there's been this big debate whether we're reaching the limit of scaling laws at this point. You don't believe that, do you?
I don't.
Why?
Well, so I don't think we have any concrete evidence in the modeling that we're doing that we're at the point of diminishing marginal returns yet. And the scaling laws with AI models is a bit like Moore's law was with semiconductors. So like, maybe Moore's law doesn't matter anymore, but like for most of my career as a computer scientist, it was the dominant thing that we were thinking about. It like drove all of the progress in the world. But it wasn't one continuous process. It was a series of breakthroughs that the chip designers and the material scientists and the physicists and the computer architects made in order to continue that doubling of price performance every 18 months or so that we saw for so many years. And the same thing is still, it looks to me from things that I have visibility into, like we have at least 2 more like very major turns of the crank left for the scaling laws, like probably more, but it's like just hard to see past the next 2. And like, that's the next 4 years. And I think what we've all seen is what can happen with these AI systems in just a year, much less 4, is kind of extraordinary. So like tons of space for improvement left.
So if we think about infrastructure, you mentioned semiconductors, let's go down to the picks and shovels, to the data centers. Compute underlines all of this. So I want to just sort of approach how Microsoft's dealing with compute. I know you're investing billions of dollars in data centers. Yeah. You're also getting capacity from others, Nebius, for example, as well. So is there a big, massive crunch on capacity right now, and how are you solving that?
Yeah, massive crunch is probably an understatement. I think we've been in a mode where it's been almost impossible to build capacity fast enough since ChatGPT and GPT-4 launched. So we have this enormous demand for compute, and we've been very aggressive about pre-positioning capacity, like building data centers, like contracting for power, making sure that we're doing a whole bunch of increasingly complicated things to make sure that we can service this demand. But even our most ambitious forecasts are just turning out to be insufficient on a regular basis. And so, I think we've deployed an incredible amount of capacity over the past year, and it will be even more over the coming handful of years. We just lit up a data center called the Fairwater Project that is a gigantic training facility that will be used for nothing other than training the next set of frontier models. And I spent hours and hours and hours a week for 2 years planning this data center, trying to make sure that it's the right architecture. It's a very unusual data center. It doesn't look anything like the ones that preceded it.
Yeah, and of course there's limits to how quickly something can be built physically.
Yes.
But there's also, when I think about the other things that go inside data centers, there's only so many chips NVIDIA can deliver.
Yes.
As well. And so when you think about that part of the equation, you're investing in your own silicon as well.
Yes.
What's the kind of longer term sort of path for that? Is it about diversifying your suppliers in terms of some semiconductors, or is it about being able to access more of the chips that you need?
Yeah, I think to a first order, it's about making sure that you can get the best price performance chips in the right quantity into your data centers as the demand shows up. And so in that sense, we're not religious about what the chips are, and that has meant the best price performance solution has been NVIDIA for years and years now. But we deploy AMD processors into our data centers. We have our own custom silicon program. we will literally entertain anything in order to ensure that we've got enough capacity to meet this demand.
Is the longer term idea to have sort of mainly Microsoft silicon in the data center?
Yeah, it absolutely. And we have lots of Microsoft silicon in our data centers right now. So like a big part of our general purpose computing fleet is like Microsoft ARM processors. We're making very good progress on our inference chips right now. Yeah. And so it's all about, really making sure that, again, like we want the same thing I think that everyone wants, which is as we are composing these systems and, we're really sitting there understanding where the model trends are and like understanding how our customers are using these models. And we want to make sure that you can go from that understanding of the needs of the infrastructure that you're building to being able to assemble the right components and it's less and less every day about the arithmetic logic that's sitting on the chips. It's about the entire system design. It's the networks and the cooling, and you want to be able to have the freedom to make the decisions that you need to make in order to really optimize your compute to the workload.
Kevin, it'd be hard to talk about Microsoft and AI without talking about OpenAI. And just obviously, we know it's been an up and down relationship with OpenAI, but you guys have a memorandum of understanding now. What is the relationship going forward now? What does that look like to Microsoft and OpenAI? How would you describe it?
Yeah, look, I think at least for Marion, OpenAI is maybe the most important partner that Microsoft has ever had. And Microsoft is in this interesting position that we've had over its 50-year history, a bunch of important partners. It used to be the thing that drove the entirety of the personal computing industry, which was the technology industry. It was like this partnership between Intel and Microsoft. And to a certain extent, one of the things that's driving the technology industry right now is this partnership between Microsoft and OpenAI. So from my point of view, I'm the CTO. I'm the one who did the initial OpenAI deals, and I'm still responsible for helping us build the right infrastructure into the future to make sure that OpenAI is getting the compute that it needs because their growth is just breathtaking and wondrous to watch. So from my point of view, it's like a good, productive partnership.
But you are also looking at your own models, as well as integrating Anthropic very recently. So the approach there is to basically...
So our approach is Microsoft is a platform company. And as a platform company, you have to give your customers what they're asking for. And the thing that I will say in the API business, the overwhelming thing that the customers are asking for is OpenAI models. But in some places, they're asking for Anthropic models. In some places, they want to serve open source models. In some places, they want to serve models that they've developed themselves. We have a whole bunch of models that we're building inside of the company that we had been building before the OpenAI partnership, that we've been building continuously through the partnership that serve very particular needs inside of our own product portfolio, and some that we just do for Microsoft Research because we're trying to have a better scientific understanding of the possibilities of the future of AI. And so in that sense, I don't think anything's really changing. In order to be the platform that people choose, you actually have to give your customers the things that they want. You can't be insistent that, this is all we offer and that's what you're going to have to take.
Kevin, we've got a few minutes left, and we were talking back there about kind of things we like to do in our spare times, creative things. I love to cook. You have a workshop and you're building all sorts of incredible things. The reason I bring this up is because the question of artificial general intelligence and as models get more complex, when do we reach this idea of AGI? I started off the conversation by saying I've heard 101 definitions of AI agents. I've also heard 101 definitions of AGI. In your view, what is AGI and when does it get here?
I don't know. I haven't the slightest. I mean, I actually wrote about this in my book. I don't know what. And it is really a Rorschach test. There are more definitions for AGI than there are for agents, and like there's more divergence in opinions about what exactly it is. You know, some people think of AGI as like this sort of, you know, super intelligence thing that's going to be a like a really weird event in human history. Like I think there are more pragmatic definitions of AGI, which is, you know, when does the model exceed human performance on a big enough collection of things where you can sort of call it generally intelligent. I'm far more focused on a more pragmatic set of things, which is you have a lot of zero-sum problems in the world, like places where we just don't have enough abundance of something or the other. And a lot of the zero-sumness is in cognition and expertise. Like we, in certain places, don't have enough of it to meet the needs of society on some pretty important things. And so the thing that I'm looking for are models to continue to become more powerful so that we can apply them to these zero-sum problems to make them more non-zero-sum in nature, to like create that abundance where it hasn't existed before and to relax a bunch of constraints that we think are too hard right now to be relaxed.
What do you think that does to the makeup of work? And you know, we've already seen announcements from, you know, companies like Accenture, for example, saying that, you know, they're going to lay off people who they don't think they can retrain into AI. So what does this mean for the nature of work and I guess the nature of living as well, in your view?
Yeah, I think that every technological disruption or every major technological breakthrough that's as general as AI throughout the course of human history has had some kind of disruptive effect. So it's not, it's not a reasonable thing to say that like, oh, like there will be like no disruption, like jobs aren't, like of course jobs are going to change. You know, I think over the long term, what technology has always done is it has given people more tools to invent more things, and so it hasn't really resulted in, you know, what folks like the early 20th century economists imagined, where you were going to have these big productivity wins, and then all of a sudden we were going to have, you know, basically fulfilled all of the world's need for work. Like and I think part of that is because like there's dignity in work and purpose in work, and people, you know, want to, like my wife tells me all the time I'm not allowed to retire because like in retirement I would just go invent a whole bunch of stupid work to go do to keep myself busy. So I think that the thing that I'm quite confident of is that it is the most interesting set of tools that I think humans have ever built, and I have high confidence in human ingenuity to figure out how to use those tools to create new work and solving new problems that we haven't been able to tackle before. But I do think like there will, and like you can see some of the disruptions happening already.
Right. About 10 seconds left, Kevin. If I'm sat with you in a year's time, what are we going to be talking about?
I think we're still going to be surprised about just how many science fictional things are still happening with these models. And it's hard to predict exactly what those will be, but yeah, I think video generation and synthesis will be better. I think like reasoning is going to be better. I think the thing that we're seeing right now is like the nature of coding is changing a lot. I have whole software engineering teams right now who have artifacts that they are building and deploying to production and managing in production where they haven't touched any of the code. So like their programming activity is something very different than like writing lines of code. Right. More of that next year.
Kevin, thanks so much for your insight. What a wonderful conversation. Yeah. Kevin Scott, the CTO of Microsoft, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And as you might have heard already, he kind of really saw all those waves that we heard of over the years and that we're going to discuss today. Now, from that, we're going to turn to execution, to someone that helped shape some of those quietly built, yet very fastly built European companies, European AI companies that got quite quickly to 100+ million of ARR. That started at a firm with a name that will resonate with a lot of people in the room called La Familia. and is now at Visionaries Club. So it's my pleasure to welcome on stage Judith, Dada.
It's great to be here. I'm going to talk about the AI execution playbook today. Every week there's minor AI updates. Every month there's major AI updates. Sometimes it can be quite difficult to stay ahead. And so I've built a little execution playbook that I want to walk you through. It's quite a lot of fun, so we're going to do it together. I'm sure you all remember when you were teenagers, when you were 13 years old and you were, kind of reading a magazine, and then there was a quiz. What kind of type are you? Or what kind of color of, hairstyle should you dye your hair? And the answer was always pink. But let's do the same thing. Let's go through an execution playbook for AI. Let's start off with the first question. Are you an AI native company? If the answer is no, then I've got bad news for you, because it means you're already dead. If you're not even trying to become AI native as a software company, you're not going to be able to make it. If your answer is kind of, that's actually great, because you're in the land of AI adoption. What is the archetype for companies in the land of AI adoption? I would say it's from zero to hero. It's companies like Klarna, it's companies like Intercom that are really desperately trying to become AI native and AI first companies. What are the strategies that sets these companies apart? Well, I think there's three things. I think the first thing is top-down mandate and leadership. I really think that each of you that is a leader in an organization that has high context about the organization needs to become AI native. That means that you need to use the tools. You need to try and build an AI agent. You need to try and build a system prompt. You need to use NanoBanana, Sora 2, VO3, and use these models over time to understand the edges of the technology and how it performs and increases over time. The next is radical bottom-up adoption. So this is really about the wider organization. It's about enabling everyone to adopt AI. It's about bringing transparency into the organization. It's about enabling every bottom-up team to become AI native. And then lastly, it's about the fact that you cannot run too many hackathons. I see lots of companies running hackathons. They run the first one, and guess what? The results are suboptimal. But then they run the second, and the third, and the fourth. And as you run more and more of these hackathons, you actually see the quality of the output increasing. And that's exactly the kind of tenacity that you need to adopt if you want to become an AI native company. Let's go back to the playbook. Okay, if your answer to are you an AI native company is yes, then I think we're in the land of the question, are you building a foundation model? And there's two ways to go. Either you're not building a foundation model, which most companies in Europe are doing. They're AI application companies. More than 90% of the companies out there are really building applications on top of foundation models. So what is the archetype that perfectly describes these companies? I know I'm in Italy, so bear with me. This is a Wolpertinger. I'm from Bavaria. I was at Oktoberfest yesterday, and a Wolpertinger is actually a mythical creature from Bavaria that takes the shape of different animals. It's got antlers, it's got rabbit ears, it's got wings, it's got fangs, and I think this is exactly the archetype that embodies or that describes AI application companies, because the ground is changing under them, and they need to adopt their shape to be able to stay ahead of the curve and ahead of the exponential. What are the strategies that really set AI application companies apart? I think there's a couple of things. First, land grab. It's about building traction as quickly as you can. And what we're seeing a lot of companies do is traditionally, B2B companies are actually becoming consumer companies. So if you look at a company like Open Evidence in the US, they are in the healthcare space, and they've trained an AI model on all the kind of medical data, and they're actually a consumer company. So anyone can sign up for the service, and that's allowed them to scale extremely fast. They're today used by 40% of the doctors in the US in one of the most legacy industries. This is absolutely unprecedented. We also see companies like Lovable and really adopt community-first consumer strategies to be able to build traction really, really fast. The second one is vertical networks. You all know that in AI today, everyone is buying. So if you are someone who has been in an industry for a longer period of time and you actually have the trust of the different leaders in that industry, that will allow you to actually leverage that vertical network very, very quickly, like companies like Abridge or Tandem in the healthcare space, and just build traction extremely fast. Trust goes a long way. Now, you've land grabbed, you've built traction. How do you actually go deep and extract that value? I'm sure many of you have heard the term forward deployed engineers. Forward deployed engineers basically mean you take a really smart engineer, you deploy them on the customer site, and they are able to inside out collect a lot of the context and a lot of the nuance of what the customer needs. And so the forward deployed engineer does one thing. He bridges the gap in between what your AI agent or product does and what the company needs by allowing you to slightly customize the product for the needs of each organization. Currently, more than 100 YC companies are hiring for forward deployed engineers, and I think it will be the job category in 2025. So you've land grabbed, you've gone really deep in terms of extracting the value. What comes next? You've all heard about the product flywheel, right? It starts with a great product that allows you to collect lots of customer data, and then you use that data to actually start training your own models or start fine-tuning models. And then again, you get more product usage and you get more data, and the flywheel keeps turning. Cursor is actually a great example because they're using the code completions or rejections to actually train their own model that sits on top of the foundation models, and are really a great example of a fantastic product flywheel. And then last but not least, how do you actually extract the value? As an application layer company, I'm sure many of you have heard that gross margins are not that great, right? Typically in software, you had around 70, 80% gross margins. For AI application companies, it's actually rather 20, 30, 40%. And so what a lot of AI application companies are doing is they're actually diversifying away from burning tokens. So they're adding very classic software features, think about collaboration or security, that allow them to then grow their gross margin over time. Another thing that they're doing is they're staying really, really lean. If we take Lovable as an example, Lovable scaled to 100 million in ARR with under 50 people. This is absolutely unprecedented. So we're seeing very, very high revenue per headcount, and the fact that they're lean actually, I think, can give us a lot of hope that these companies are going to be able to have a great bottom line down the line. Back to our quiz. So we went through AI native. Are you building a foundation model company? If your answer is yes, then congrats. You can ask the next question. The next question is, are you losing money? And if you're not losing money, then I think there's only one club that you can belong to, and it's the club of the Magnificent Seven, ruled by the supreme leader, Jensen Huang. It's a set of incredible companies whose total market cap is now almost $20 trillion. And there's a couple of strategies that set them apart. This is from Ben Evans. I think you've all heard this. NVIDIA is building a hardware platform. Amazon and Meta are making AI a commodity. Amazon, Google, Microsoft are selling AI as APIs, and then Google, Meta, Microsoft, and Apple are actually making it a feature. So no matter what happens, somehow the Magnificent Seven are always winning because they're printing so much cash that they can be extremely competitive in this current market. Okay, back to the quiz. There's still two archetypes that are missing. If you are building a foundation model, but you're losing money, then the next question you should ask yourself is, can you raise $100 billion? And if the answer is yes, then I think there's only one category of company that you can be in, which is foundation model companies like OpenAI or Anthropic. I'm sure you've seen this Death Star that Sam Altman was posting a while ago, because the pitch is that these companies are building AGI. They're incredibly powerful. They've made a ton of progress over a very, very short period of time. However, I think when you look at the pitch versus the reality, there's still sometimes a gap in between those two things. And that is because there's a couple of things like tool use, efficiency, robustness, interpretability, or memory that actually do not work that well yet. And so there's a lot of product surface, there's a lot of form factors, of UX, of discoverability that we still need to work on to be able to bridge the gap of making AI models and AI agents truly usable. But then lastly, there's actually also still a research frontier. These are research companies. They have huge research teams. And I think this last piece is actually also the huge opportunity for Europe. Because let's go back to the quiz. If you can't raise billions of dollars off the bat, does that mean that there's no archetype for European companies to play a role at the foundation model? I don't think so. I think there's actually two perspectives that you can have on AI research progress. The first one is that with the current paradigm of next token prediction through transformers, we're going to be able to, over time, reach AGI or PhD level intelligence, right? We started with LLMs, then post-training, reasoning, or reinforcement learning, and now we're slowly but surely pushing towards AGI. That's the first perspective. If you think that this is how the world will play out, I think it's going to be difficult for companies to catch up. However, there's a second perspective, and that second perspective says that maybe there's actually still a couple of new paradigms that we have to go through, and maybe LLMs were actually just one paradigm of several paradigms that we need to go through, need to scale in order to reach transformative AI. I want to talk about world models very briefly, because world models are one exciting research frontier. World models are basically the internal computational representation that allows AI to simulate the real world. It's like humans that have mental models of how their environment behaves. Why is this important? Well, if you look at robotics, if you look at computer graphics, if you look at physics simulation, or if you look at autonomous driving, they all require models of the world. And so this is a very exciting frontier where actually we're a lot earlier than on the LLM paradigm, right? So if you were to think that we're here at this point in time, then we're maybe already, reaching the end of the, kind of paradigm of LLMs, but actually on robotics or world models, we're still in the very, very early phases, and there's still lots and lots of juice in this paradigm. Why is this a fantastic opportunity for European companies? Call me crazy, but I think it's absolutely crazy that European companies aren't more aggressively trying to play a role at the foundation model. I think you saw the news that SAP is launching Sovereign AI by basically running OpenAI on German servers. I don't think that can be the ambition that Europe needs to show up with. I think we need to play a stronger role at the foundation model, and I think that with world models, we actually have a fantastic opportunity because we've got incredible talent in Europe. We've got the robotics, kind of environment and companies that can really help us push ahead in this new frontier. And if you were to think about, this as a marathon, then I think we'd still be on the first kilometer of the race. And so I want to end by, what is the archetype that perfectly encapsulates the ambition and the foundation that companies need to show up with to play a role in the execution playbook in this last category? Well, I think it's simple. Europe simply has to have some balls in order to be able to stay ahead of the curve and ahead of the exponential. Let's build. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Judith. Before we move on to our next speaker, let's take a second. We're about mid-morning, and just look back of everything we've heard so far. We've already covered a huge amount. We've heard from Sonya, who gave us all the data, the patterns, all the frameworks, and kind of took a step back on all the wave that we've seen over the last 3-4 years, and even before that, all the wave that we've seen in tech, to kind of define the opportunities that lie ahead of us. We also heard from Kevin Scott, who basically have seen it all, right? From the birth of Google Search all the way to now families of agents and kind of agentic AI, and made the case of building all the plumbing behind and all the infrastructure to be able to address those opportunities that Sonya was describing. And then we also heard a bunch about what the founder journey, and not just the founder journey, but the exceptional partnership that makes those so-called overnight success actual great success stories, and what they're made of. And we've heard from Aggie and from Mike that a company like Kong actually had 3 near-death experience and a couple of pivots to get there. And we've just heard now from Judith that aside from the hype, the European playbook has been much driven by execution, quietly building a few 100 million plus ARR companies as fast as everywhere else in the world with a very distinct playbook. And we now move on again to the founders, and moreover the founder DNA, hearing from someone who works with hundreds of them every single week, every single day, someone that a lot of you in the room who are building have heard of, have interacted with, And it's my pleasure to welcome on stage Yoram Modiano from OpenAI.
Hello. I'm here to talk to you today about European AI founders and what makes them different. A couple of months ago, I wrote a love letter to European founders because I believe that there has never been a better time to start a startup right here in Europe. My name's Yoram Modiano. I lead startups in EMEA for OpenAI. And as Michael said, I work with startups every single day. And I have never had my heart more full. I have never had more energy or a sense of urgency of what people are doing and the value that they're creating. This is our moment. I think that Europe can build category-defining companies. Not only it can, but it already is. And some of the best companies that we're seeing in the world in their categories are being built right here today from people just like you. Why do I believe that? Because, in my opinion, founders are not built at 25. Companies do not start at 25 years old. They start at 15, when people are starting to educate themselves, use tools, tinker with AI, start figuring out what is exciting for them. So then when I look in Europe, in every single country, we have the best raw STEM talent. We have more STEM talent and graduates in Europe than the US or China. Universities like ETH Zurich, TUM, EPFL, KTH in Sweden, Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial, École Polytechnique, CRUI, right here in Italy, are producing the future founders that are not solving problems from a very small perspective, but are solving old problems with new technology and new problems with new ideas because they have the technical skills, they have the mentorship, and they have the access. In the last year, in 2025, we've had 16 unicorns in Europe minted, compared to 13 in 24 and only 7 the year before. The momentum and the upward slope is here because investors are seeing the value and customers are using the products and are seeing that the European-made companies are the best in the market. Whether we're looking at health tech, at legal tech, fintech, if we're looking in construction or value created for blue-collar workers, nurses, restaurant workers, in every single vertical, we are creating unicorns that are category-defining, companies that are succeeding out of here in the East and the West at the same time. Not only that, but according to Deal Room, in 2025 alone, 40% of invested capital has come from international funds. VCs who have an opportunity cost for every dollar they invest can choose where to put their money, where not to conflict themselves on verticals. And they understand, see, and recognize that the best companies in their categories are right here. So if you're thinking of starting a company, know that the whole world is watching. Startups are not just a little part of the economy that we're talking about because we like tech. Startups are the economic future of the next generation, of you and me, my daughter, and our parents. It is what is going to protect our market, our ecosystem, and our region, because we are preparing for a technological future. In the last few years, 3.5 million jobs have been created from startups, and over $500 billion, or euros, not even dollars, euros of value has been created in the European economy from startups, from VC-backed companies. And those startups, the EU AI-native companies, are building on OpenAI's APIs. And I work with them every day, and I see the passion that they bring when they build. Whether we're talking about Pigment, or Lovable, or Klarna, Vidayo, Granola, whether we're talking about companies that are on the consumer space, on the enterprise space, in regulated industries, in every single vertical, some of the best companies that you probably use every day and are doing the AI transformation that is bringing those tools to your hands directly or through the other companies that you use, are partnering with us to advance their technology further, right here. They have engineering teams here, their founders are here, their sales teams are here, and they're going global. So what is unique about these startups? They have a global mindset from day one. I go around offices and I hear them speaking in English in their offices. They're not interested in becoming a success in their local market. Not in Italy, not in France, not in Greece, where I'm from, not in England, but in every single market. And they're taking the challenge of a fragmented Europe as an opportunity and making it their moat. Because we know, and you know this very well, being right here in Italy, that every market is not the same. But if you can crack a problem and become successful in Italy and in France and in England at the same time, then you can certainly become successful in the US or in India or in Dubai or in any other market that you want, because you understand how to abstract a problem and how to make it relevant, how to find a product market fit that isn't relevant to just a specific market, but to users across the board. There's also depth in science and engineering, in the education, as we talked about in STEM, but also in the experiences that we have. We're a large market. We have manufacturing, logistics, building, construction. We have markets in Europe that are some of the best in the world in science and pharmaceutical development. And the startups that are solving problems are solving them across every vertical with technology and AI first. We have community and culture. I am extremely heartened to see Italian Tech Week here today with some of the best speakers from the world coming and sharing their lessons. But you know what? I was just in Munich at Bits and Pretzels, and I'm going to be going to Slush and Sifted Summit. And in every market in Europe, I see founders who have been successful, who are A, angel investing and becoming advisors and mentors and spending time to share their knowledge. B, going and spending time in conferences and hackathons and meetups and really spending time to teach what it is that they've learned, how to not make mistakes and how to go fast further with the right tools and the right investors, advisors, and partners along the way. And finally, we're building across languages and borders by default, whether you're building with it or you're using AI to translate and make your products accessible and useful and relevant across all the different markets. I feel the energy across Europe. This year alone, I've had hackathons in Poland. I've been in hacker houses in Finland. I've seen people lock themselves in for 3 months and do nothing but build because they want to explore what is possible. I've gone to Paris, to Greece. I'm here in Italy. It's my second time this year, and I can't wait to come back because in every market, there are people who are saying, I want to do something. I want to take action. And we at OpenAI are here for that. This year, we've opened offices in Munich and Paris. We also have offices in Zurich, Berlin, London, Dublin, because we want to be close to you. We are investing at OpenAI in being close to the founders that are creating this value right here in Europe. European startups are not just customers. We truly see them as co-creators. Startups are the ones that are using our platforms first, that are the most advanced technologically, that are creating what is possible, that are giving us feedback, and that are helping us advance our roadmap. So we are looking to you as founders to help us tell us what is the next thing. What we're looking to you two for is that we believe that AI advancement is going to be driven by startups. It is up to you to come up with new solutions and new ideas to make it possible for that AI transformation and revolution to happen, not just in talk, not just in print, but actually in people's hands every day, because you see problems. We want to build AGI that benefits everyone, and that starts with startups, because you're driving it forward to people's hands. And we're building with you in mind. What we've done to make it possible for people everywhere to build and build better is we now have an OpenAI for Startups page online. We're releasing things like OpenAI on OpenAI, and then we have build hours to make it possible to see how we're using the technology. We have community notes and newsletters. We have hackathons. We have Dev Day. Dev Day in London is coming on October 21st. And we're doing it because, again, we want to be investing in being closer to you. We think European startups are a direct extension of our mission. And if we succeed, then you succeed. And we just want to be part of your journey. Thank you for helping us advance our mission, and I can't wait to see you succeed.
Thank you very much, Laura. And for every builder in the room, if you haven't met Laura, you need to amp up your game and get in touch with OpenAI. They're truly probably meeting most of the great builders way before those companies become great. So let's now move to an industry that is very close to Turin's history and very close to XR's heart, mobility. And when the SVP of Tech Research at Stellantis sits down with Arthur Mensch of Mistral, you know that the discussion is going to go beyond just autonomous driving. The discussion is about how AI can really redefine the mobility industry across autonomous driving for sure, but also across customer success, customer experience, and sustainability. So it's my pleasure to welcome on stage Arthur Mensch and Anne Laliron.
Hi, Arthur.
Hello.
So pleased to be with you today here at this great event. So we started our collaboration, it was about 18 months ago, and we are here to share our experience. But maybe we can start with the beginning and how we started our collaboration. On our side, we were looking for solutions to improve our processes, to embed AI in our operation, day-to-day operation. And we found, 18 months ago, a very, very inspiring company, really helping us and also listening to our pain points and able to collaborate with us to resolve those pain points. Can you tell us more about how it began?
Sure. So for those who maybe don't know what we do at Mistral, we are the only frontier AI company operating in Europe. It's a company we created 2.5 years ago, and really the first thing and the only thing we knew how to do when we started was to train models, and that's what we did. That's how we pretty quickly became the leader in releasing open source models. Our starting point at Mistral has always been to create frontier AI and then bring it to everyone's hands, which means that we are taking a point of view where every enterprise should actually customize to a very large extent the AI technology to make it usable and to make it bring return on investment. And so what that meant is that it was pretty quickly both a science endeavor that is still very core to our business. We have 100 scientists that are working across the globe, and we're hiring, actually, so please come to see me at the end if you want to join. But the second part, which has always been very key to what we do, is to work with enterprises, because in a way, we're reaching a point where the technology, the horizontal technology, kind of looks the same across the different providers. But what really brings the ROI is to go in depth and to look at the use cases that are going to transform the core business of our customers. And so, pretty naturally, we got in contact, and then we started to work on two kind of problems. One of them really on the operational side, equipping people fixing cars, equipping also car assistants. And so we started small. That's how you start as a startup. You start working with the innovation engineers, and you start to build trust. And what we're announcing today is something that's actually much bigger, and a consequence of the realization that we've been able to achieve in the last 18 months.
So indeed, what we have been able to achieve altogether in the 18 months already, it's improvement of management of bill of material, vehicle feedback data analysis to improve the experience of our customers, Club Stellantis virtual assistant for our own employees, but also AI-driven anomaly detection in our manufacturing sites. But indeed, as you just made some teasing about that, we are today announcing a big shift and acceleration of our partnership with two main initiatives, and I let you give us more detail.
Yes, two things. So we are going to be empowering the Innovation Lab, where we are going to be working on, again, two things, product side, process side, equipping the sales and post-sales, which is typically the area where we start with enterprises. And we're going to equip the transformation factory as well. So that's, which is the part of Stellantis, which is actually delivering the use cases in production so that they start bringing ROI. So for us, it's always, I guess the way we always proceed with enterprises is that there's a discovery part, understanding the use cases that will be effective, that go beyond the off-the-shelf solutions, the chatbots that you can buy, where typically you need to automate end-to-end processes, or you need to rethink about how to organize the teams around AI agents. And then, of course, the problem is always to take prototypes, which are easy to do in AI, and move them into production. And that's where you run into edge cases. That's where you have a lot of knowledge transfer to do, because it's a different thing to build applications with AI than to build applications with code. And so the two parts, discovering and then going in depth, going all the way to the return on investment, is the thing that is distinguishing ourselves.
Okay, excellent. So two major initiatives, this Innovation Lab and the Transformation Academy, to scale all this AI inside the company. What makes this partnership different, and why it's a good momentum or timing to do this partnership? On Stellantis' side, I would start saying that AI is no more a tool, it's a strategic enabler that impacts all our cycle life of our cars up to the customer experience. And it's no more about experimenting it. It's not to demonstrate it. It has been demonstrated already, the added value. So now it's how to scale, how to deploy, thanks to you, those in a real operation. And we have already thousands of employees using the tools that we have co-developed together based on your asset. So what makes this partnership different from your point of view, Arthur?
So what we try to do from macro perspective is to really find champions in multiple industries. Because when we say that AI should be in everyone's hands, it means that the adaptations that needs to be made across multiple sectors are going to be quite different. There is some strong expertise, some decades of IP that somehow needs to make it to the AI systems so that the true value can be unleashed. And for us, Stellantis is our first partner in the automotive industry. And as you said, the automotive industry has all of the characteristics that makes generative AI useful for two reasons. One of them is that it's very operation heavy. As you know, there's some manufacturing, there's a very complex bill of materials, very large supplier networks, also a complex sales process and then post-sales process, because you need to maintain, you need to make sure that you have the strong quality control. And so all of these things are actually, there's a lot of transactions happening there. You need to talk to your supplier, make sure that they're on time. You need to you have thousands of people that are actually working on those operations. And what AI actually allows to do, if you think about how to automate certain of the processes entirely, is that it's going to save time from those operators so that they spend more time on other things that have more value. So in a way, you mentioned it to me a couple of minutes ago. The automotive adopted the lean approach with Toyota a couple of decades ago, where they focused on making everything more efficient physically. And that would typically entail looking at what people were doing manually and really in the physical world. What AI now brings to the automotive industry is this ability to go in the digital world and look at all of the inefficiency in the processes that you could actually automate and do it in a way that is robust because you handle all of the edge cases, and in a way that can then scale and bring you very meaningful improvement.
No, that's wonderful to make this parallel with lean manufacturing. In a way, we are in a lean 2.0 with AI and with your help and this partnership. Indeed, if you tackle all the challenges of automotive, I think you can tackle all the challenges of any industry. I have been working in this industry for years, and I must admit that it's very complex, but that's what makes it so special and exciting, because we find always ways to improve, to optimize, and to overcome all those challenges. And no doubt, AI is already helping us to go even further. And, as you mentioned, to reduce or to cancel all the non-added value tasks that we have in the company. And if we project a little bit ourselves into the future of auto industry, let's think about user experience, our customer, because we definitely see that we have a lot of improvement and potential of improvement in our own operations, but we can also enhance customer experience. So could you tell us more about this?
Yes, so again, there's always, when we work with Stellantis and with other enterprises, there is always a lot of use cases on the production side and operation side, but also a lot of use cases that are a bit more complex to deploy, and that typically requires some strong partnership in between our teams that we embed within the teams of our partners. And that requires, that in general, that means bringing AI into the products themselves. And so in the case of cars, really you should think about cars as robots and machines that are interfacing with humans. So you have a wheel, you have the pedals, less and less pedals, I guess, and less wheels. But the question there is, how are you going to be interacting with the machine in the future, in the next 5 to 10 years, let's say? And the answer is pretty clear. We are now able to speak to machines and command them through voice in a way where they understand deeply our intention and can actually interact with complex systems. And so what that means is that we're going to move toward more and more automation and more interactive experience driven by voice, because when you're driving, you can't really do anything else, and you can't type, so you need to speak. And so that's the customer experience within the car is going to be very voice-driven and will have a level of personalization that it didn't have before. So on the consumer experience, this, I think, is the most important side of things. And then, of course, a car needs to be maintained. You will continue to be in contact with the garages, with the people that are fixing. And so there, the effectiveness of fixing cars and maintaining things is going to be much higher thanks to AI technology, because that allows to detect anomalies and then fix them across time.
Yeah. By the way, we started our collaboration working especially on this point, sales and after-sales support to the customer. And indeed, the AI is completely reshaping how people will interact with their car. And what we say within Stellantis is that simplification is innovation. How to simplify the life and the experience of the customer in order for the customer to enjoy the car and not to spend time to learn how to use the car. So it's really important to have safer but also more intuitive and cars that will understand the customer and will adapt to the customer situation and will...
I'd say generative AI overall is about simplifying things. In a way, when you used to work on computers and have complex interfaces when you're designing cars, for instance, PLMs, a lot of different software, kind of clunky because you need to have a lot of options. You used to need to have a lot of options. But the power of generative AI is that it understands your intention and it can actually generate the right interface for you to interact with it. So when you're on a computer, it means that you start talking to the machine, either typing or talking to it, and then it shapes an interface for you that is going to that is interactive and that's going to help you learn or help you buy things or help you plan ahead. When you're in a car, at the end, because the machine can understand the input and human input, you can reduce the number of control to voice pretty closely. And so that means that you need to have less buttons and you can have more automation there. So in general, I think the AI technology has to be understood as an interface change, where everything that we used to do in a complex way will be able to be done in a more simple way because the machine can understand the intention and adapt the interface to the intention.
And what is even magic is the fact that within the cars, we have more and more sensors. So we can also feed the AI with information about the mood, the emotional mindset of the customer, and to really propose an experience which will be completely aligned with the customer and personalized.
The personalization is extremely important. It's important in sales as well, because of course you need to understand the signal, adapt also the kind of car that you will be pushing to a certain customer. It's important in sales, it's important in post-sales. At the end, this is a technology that changes interface, but it's also a technology that understands human very well. And so that gives to the enterprises we work with a lot of leverage when it comes to accelerating their growth, or to improve the satisfaction of their customers, or overall to improve the quality of their product when they are themselves delivering a user experience.
Yeah, so on the complete value chain and the life cycle, we improve the interaction with customers, the car becoming a kind of buddy to the customer and no more only a car, and also in the service, after sales and so on, to improve the connection with the customer. And now, what about sustainability of vehicles? How can AI could improve our capacity to improve our sustainability? For example, avoiding to use parts that would not be necessary, or to maximize the complementarity of parts in the supply chain and material also supply.
Well, I think that's a very important aspect, and probably a concern that we share as European headquartered companies, I would say. And I think that's driving a lot of conversations as well with everybody that we work with. Well, when you think about sustainability, you have multiple problems in AI, but first of all, it can bring some cost avoidance, and allows you to improve the design if you equip the R&D teams with AI technology that will guide you towards using less material in the design of the cars themselves. It can avoid a lot of cost when it comes to the supply chain and the wastes that are kind of inherent to it, but that you can reduce. Sorry. And then finally, when it comes to using within factories, you can also look at processes themselves. So if you connect to all of the sensors of the factories, and you equip the operators with the right tools, accessible on their phone, where they understand what's going on and how to fix things, you reduce downtime, and so you improve efficiency. So improving efficiency is a way to go toward further sustainability. And that's working within factories, equipping the operators within the factories is really something that we are very attached to, because it turns out that a lot of our customers have these needs. When we work with Veolia, for instance, they also work on the factory side, and they run into those very sustainable problems. Now, you have a second question, which is extremely important to us, and I think a pretty strong distinction from our US counterparts, is that AI is effectively taking a lot of energy to train. And the growth of the data center, of the number of data centers in the world is pretty tremendous. We at Mistral really believe in making models that are fit to purpose, that are small enough, and that can be deployed with reduced cost. So that's dollars, but it's also carbon emission. That's the reason why we're setting up our data centers in France, which is a great country to operate in when it comes to carbon emission. And it's also the reason why we've been dead focused on making models really fit to purpose, deploying much less, using much less energy than our US counterparts, but bringing much more value to enterprises.
That's wonderful. You help us to reduce our consumption of material, having a better design through AI, and we use AI, which is using less energy, thanks to all the strategies that you have put in place. And coming back to energy, I want to rebound on what you said about plants. What we have experienced already within Stellantis is that we have been able to reduce by 23% the energy consumption of 2 plants in Mirafiori and Windsor, using digital twin of our factory, and being able to improve energy consumption of those factories. So it's really bringing added value on the sustainability road.
And you can go a step further if you use generative AI, because I think in those cases, this was very quantitative and using predictive machine learning, which is something that is extremely important to set up. It's always, just never do generative AI by itself. You always connect it to tools that have predictive capabilities. But if you put in generative AI, you can actually change the processes within the factories themselves that involve humans. And so they will save more time, they will be able to fix the machines faster, and that brings a further gain of efficiency. So you can double that in the coming years if you focus there.
Excellent. So a lot of potential. And we started to demonstrate it with all the first deployments that we have done and work we have done on bill of material, on sales and after-sales applications, and much more to come with those two initiatives in the reinforcement and acceleration of our partnership with the Innovation Lab and the Transformation Academy. So to close this discussion, Arthur, I would like to ask you, what is your boldest prediction for AI in mobility, in automotive industry in the near future?
Well, I think I guess I'll say two things, because I also want to give a call to this audience. On the automotive side, I think basically creating cars is the robotic problem on two directions. First thing is that you need to automate factories, and the other thing is that you're actually building robots. Turns out that the models that we're building have great capacity to be connected to different kind of sensors and can drive control and can interact with humans. So in a way, what we do, the generative AI models that we do, are going to be a very key part of the two things, because we can now understand humans and understand sensors that are looking at what humans are doing in a way that allows us to have the automation that we could not set up 2 or 3 years ago. So I think it's definitely going to be an acceleration. There's, of course, some viscosity of changing how factories are working, how cars are working, regulation matters. But we'll get there, and I think in 10 years, the field of the car industry is going to look very, very different. So that's what I can say. And then what I would also want to say here is that we're also working a lot with startups, especially as we've expanded our business toward making, operating GPUs and equipping AI startups that are leveraging our vertical focus. So we're an horizontal company. We make models. We serve all of the primitives to make vertical AI technology. We have a team that actually goes with the enterprise customers we have and work with them to get them to value. But what we found is that working with AI startups that are really focused on certain verticals, that actually wants to build models that understand very well design, understand very well material science, for instance, these companies are companies that we can bring to our own customers, that we can equip with our models, that we can equip with our compute. And so if you want us to partner, we'd love to have conversation.
Thank you, Arthur. So a nice speech about also purposed AI, because it's all about purposed AI, really tackling challenges of industry. That's where we can really deploy and to provide always freedom of mobility for our customers with safe, intuitive cars and joyful cars also. Thank you so much,
Thank
Arthur,
you very much,
for the collaboration.
I'm very excited with what's to come.
Thank you, Arthur, and thank you, Anne, for the incredible opportunity to look at how two very different worlds, manufacturing and cutting-edge AI, can collide together to reinvent mobility. And how thinking through the second and third order consequences of features, for instance, how model size impacts, obviously, carbon and compute. Next up, one of the very early movers of European AI, who kind of was one of the first to bring AI to the global scale, to the global landscape, someone that has been a contrarian voice from the beginning and challenged the AI community, and that's going to bring up here how AI needs better scientific reasoning and how robots might be the missing piece of today. So I'm happy to welcome on stage Thomas Wolf from Hugging Face, that's going to be interviewed by Arjun. Welcome back on stage, Arjun.
Tom, good to see you again. This session, why AI needs better questions for science and better bodies for robots. So we're going to deal with everything in about 20 minutes. Look, you posted on X recently, and you said that you're afraid that AI won't give us what you said, compressed 21st century, this idea that the 21st century scientific discoveries will happen within a 5 to 10 year mind frame. And you said what we'll actually get, in your opinion, is a country of yes men on service if we just continue on these current trends. Could you just lay out kind of your thinking here and what you were alluding to?
Yeah, of course, with pleasure. So, I mean, I think this is something we've all experienced. I mean, I assume everyone here has played with ChatGPT and know that. ChatGPT always thinks you're absolutely right, even when you're very wrong. So I think this is really what AI models and LLM are nowadays, which is you can tell them, the most wrong thing, and they will always be aligned with you. And that's generally, that's a much wider problem. So when I say, maybe just going back to the beginning, what is this compressed century you were meaning? So this is an essay from Dario Amodei, who is the founder CEO of Anthropic, where the essay is called Machine of Loving Grace, and he kind of laid out, the very optimistic, positive view of the coming 5 to 10 years, and even actually the full coming century with AI. I think it's a great essay. Everyone should read it. And I want also to prefix what I'm going to say by saying definitely in the side of very optimistic people about AI and the potential of AI. So in this, he laid out how AI can bring us to invent new proteins, to solve some of the most difficult biological challenges, and then go to neuroscience, solve mental health issue, and then even go to solve world peace. That's the end of the thing. So you may or may not agree with that, depending how politically you think the world is going and how deeply worried or not you are by the current tension. And so all this essay kind of is based on the fact that we think AI is going to be able to invent new things. And when I say to invent new things, I don't mean just small things, but reinvent things of the order of general relativity or maybe quantum mechanics. So these things are typically what gives someone a Nobel Prize. So this type of scientific breakthrough, we have maybe one per year, and typically that's a Nobel Prize, but maybe not even. Some Nobel Prizes are actually quickly forgotten, and some of them are, very, very important. So maybe we have one of them per decade. And if you take the pace of science, actually, these huge breakthroughs are the ones that really set the pace of science. And everything in between is kind of incremental progress, in particular in physics. And so I think AI is very good at helping for this incremental progress. So when we have an idea of a protein, exploring the variation of these proteins, when we have an idea of a new drug, or when maybe we have an idea of we have a scientific theory for something and we want to test some edge case or extend. It's very good at that. It's very bad at the very fundamental breakthrough. And the deep reason about that is, if some of you are scientists, or if some of you have been around very good researchers, what you will see is that they are very nuts. They will never say something like, you're absolutely true. They have a very contrarian view of the world. Mm-hmm. And so that's why they can say, like Einstein, they can say, everyone thinks, the speed of light depends how fast you go, but maybe the speed of light is the constant. Or maybe like Galileo, let's say, okay, everyone has been talking about how the sun is revolving around the earth. I think everyone is wrong. I think it's the sun who is at the center. So you need, when you want to do like a huge scientific breakthrough, you need this thing where you say, everything that everyone's believing is wrong, and I think I'm the right person, the person knows the right. LLM are very bad at that right now, because they agree a lot with us. And that's something I found extremely frustrating.
And that's a really important point. When we think of genius in the past, sometimes it is contrarian thinking. It's people think outside the box. Sometimes it's accidental as well. I mean, how do you introduce that kind of thought into a model?
So I don't think we should, by the way, I don't think we should whip out all deep learning and everything. I think it's definitely part of the solution. But the way models are trained right now is really to predict the most likely next token. So they really try to predict the most likely next word. But the scientist is not trying to predict the most likely next word. He's trying to predict this very, novel thing that's actually surprisingly unlikely, but actually is true. So I think it's mostly in how we train this model, in a way, giving them the right incentives. And so we see there is a couple of new companies, mostly this year, who try to tackle this, which is really creativity, but creativity of the, really the next level order. I don't pretend LLM can't do some creativity, but I don't think it's high enough to what I would like to see, which is, let's say in 20 years we want to travel faster than light. How do we invent this new theory?
Yeah. You talked in that post as well a bit about the way we benchmark some of these models at the moment, and there's these set kind of tests, and we compare them with each other. And you said perhaps one of the things that needs to change also is the way we sort of benchmark these models. So what to you seems perhaps a good way forward to benchmark models to the standard way they would be needed to create real breakthrough?
So I think the way we benchmark these models nowadays is we ask them a set of questions of which we know the answer. And even the most modern, right? So we've seen a lot of really good development over the summer for AI for math. But it's always the same. We have a theorem, or we have a conjecture that we know is quite true. Some mathematicians have invented this conjecture. And then we ask it to prove. We ask it to not ask the question, but we ask it to basically give the answer to a question that we know there is an answer. So I was, as a student, I was very good at this type of things. I was also very good at giving answers to problems that I know there would be an answer. And when I did my PhD in quantum physics, and someone told me, now you're not here to write answer, you're here to write question, I was totally lost. I was like, I don't know how to write a question. So we should find a way to benchmark this model so that we don't ask them to give us answer to things we know there's an answer, but to ask us questions that we think are interesting enough to foster like a whole research field on top of them.
As these current models get more advanced, is there a chance that these ones being made by some of the leading AI labs currently would be able to do the kind of things that you're suggesting as well? A lot of these big players are talking about AGI. I brought it up in my last discussion here a little while back. Again, varying definitions of what exactly that is, but if we just take it to mean a lot more advanced AI, do they have a chance to achieve what you are thinking, or does it need to kind of be completely recomposed?
Not yet. The most likely thing I see right now is having them being better and better co-pilot for scientists, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it's something very useful to be a good co-pilot for a scientist. So someone has an idea, and you can quickly help this person test its idea and explore in the literature. So I think right now a lot of scientists use them as kind of a very fast, super smart search in the literature for their new ideas. I think that's what we will see. And then the level of like new creativity or way to like, for instance, let's train a model only on, this body of knowledge until 1990, for instance, and then ask it, ask it if it can discover one of the theory that became a Nobel Prize in the time after. This type of thing could be something that could lead to maybe a, new type of benchmark, a new type of evaluation that would drag the model research in the right direction or nudge it in the right direction.
Yeah. In terms of the actual data required to train the kind of models you're thinking about here, currently, of course, the models are trained on huge amounts of public data, scraping the entire web, stuff that's out there. And you suggest that that's partly the problem, because it's just being able to regurgitate what's already out there. So then in order to create a model that is able to think deeper and create these new solutions, does it require synthetic data? Does it require a rewiring of the model? What exactly is it in your view?
Yeah, I don't pretend to have the exact answer, but I think synthetic data is probably one of the... I mean, in any case, for these models, you just have two things. I mean, the architecture itself has been now pretty stable. You just have the data you put in, and then what we call the incentive, or which is the loss function or the evaluation. And these two are the part we should tweak. We're kind of running out of data, like you're saying, basically. So all of a lot of the recent developments in the model have been around synthetic data. So I think that's probably the area people will try to explore. Yeah. And gathering maybe more real-world data. So there is this shift now to what some people call physical AI, which is let's get AI maybe in the real world with maybe robots, but also maybe more like, we generate, for instance, in science, like synthetic data using, for instance, in quantum we use DFT, density functional theory, so we can model how actually, the atom interacts, and we can use that to generate a lot of data that are kind of synthetic but generated with old method, and then we can train AI model on top of that. So this is the type of data I think that will be interesting.
And what's the role of open source in all this, Tom? Because you have been a big proponent, of course, in open source, but at this same time, some of these closed labs are just practically raising bottomless funding to pursue, these kind of endeavors. So where do you think open source has a role to play in this future?
I think it's the never-ending, battle between the rebels and the Dark Vader Empire. I don't know if it's exactly to this point, but I think open source has a lot of great things to build, and you see that actually in this, which is all of this collaboration. The open source, by nature of its philosophy, is a great platform to collaborate and foster novel ideas. And if you take actually even the current AI models, a lot of the architectural discovery that are in these models have been done in open source settings. So I think for this also, the way we try to do it at Hugging Face is to do a lot of collaboration, to try to bring people around the table, for instance, to build one data set from a lot of disparate data sets, to try to convince some companies to open source their data sets so that academia researcher can take a look and maybe have ideas. Everyone in these labs, or like a lot of people in these labs, do have this tendency to think that they can have the answer to everything. My deep belief is the more people you bring around the table, the more you open it for academia, for university, for nonprofits, the more ideas you actually will be able to generate, like catalyzing, basically, invention.
If the current trajectory of these AI labs is very much focused on these kind of co-pilot style of AI as it stands, is there a bunch of money being misspent right now, given the billions we're seeing going into infrastructure, the valuations that we're seeing in the space?
It's hard to say, because on the one hand, it was definitely a good idea to put some money in AI. I don't think anyone will deny that, even though it looked crazy, right? I remember when Sam Altman was saying for the first time, we're going to put 1 billion and then 10 billion, everyone thought this order of magnitude was way too much. It does create kind of a self-reinforcing, like a loop of excitement and then interest. And also, what I think is very good in a way is bringing back students, like the novel generation to this field. A lot of them, when I was studying, for instance, the main thing when you were good in math would be to go do finance, which is great, but now a lot of them go do AI. And maybe if they go to do AI and science, maybe they'll actually be the one inventing this new breakthrough. And they go to do that because it looks exciting, because there's all this big company being built. So I think it's a good thing. Yeah.
You mentioned earlier about physical AI, robotics. Where does that fit in then into kind of the vision you have of an AI that is able to create breakthrough?
I think it's two-way, but the very long term is I would love AI to be more than just a chatbot. I think to have like much more impact in our life, and not only by like gluing us on our screens, but actually by building things in the real world. So robots are one part of it. I think robots are very interesting because if you picture a future where AI is extremely intelligent and the only remaining task for human is just to carry this paper from here to here because AI cannot carry paper, that's a very sad future, I think. So we have to be robots. I think we have to see how we can integrate them in society. And here again, I'm starting from the point that I think open source is great because everyone can be involved. You can have the model running locally on the robots. You not have the robots controlled by a data center somewhere else. So I think robots are very interesting for that, but also for science, because science, you can invent new theory, but then at some point you have to test them. Science is the ultimate thing where actually if your theory is wrong, and if you cannot test your theory, it's not even a theory, right? If you cannot test your hypothesis, if you have a new idea on how to combine quantum mechanics with general relativity, you have one of these new string theory, the first thing people ask is, what will be the experiments we can do to tell if this theory is right or wrong? And then you have to build it and do it. And that's where actually you want AI to jump in the physical world and actually help you close this loop of experiments.
Yeah, interesting. What is the market for you for robotics? Because at Hugging Face, you've recently kind of launched into robotics in various ways. And I know you've got the very small, very cute robot, but also humanoids as well as another part. Whereas you've got many who are looking at humanoids as the ultimate end goal. This is where we're going to get to, and they're going to do everything, wash the dishes, cook the food, and work in factories. But what is the market for you really for robotics?
I think for us it was a big bet when we started to go in robotics. We were like, is there yet a market? Is there a community to address? What we were very surprised, and we started now almost close to 2 years ago on software and then going to hardware. We were really impressed by the enthusiasm, like by the size of the community and how it was quickly growing. And maybe even more significant was the fact that a lot of this new community around robots that is actually using Hugging Face tools is people who are not traditionally roboticists. They're like investors, they're like new entrepreneurs, they're like students. Maybe I even have some friends, they were studying economics, and they're like, I want to know what's this robotic stuff. And so to bring these people in robots, what we discovered is you cannot tell them, if you want to join the robotics field, you have to buy a $30,000 humanoid, because nobody's going to do that. So what we decided is to lower the entry barrier as much as we could. So first releasing a $100 arm, and then we were like, we saw actually really thousands of people using it. I think we have more than 4,000 to 5,000 of this robotics arm in nature. And then we thought, now we want also something that actually you can, this robotics arm was a little bit with wires everywhere, but if we wanted something cute, so you can actually do robotics with your family, and you can maybe involve your friends, involve your kids, and kind of join this field without feeling like you're like a weird person, like soldering stuff. And so we released this summer these very cute desktop robots, also $300, with this idea that it should be something that's very accessible to bring you in the field. And we were really amazed by the reception of that. Like we sold like $1 million of these robots in 5 days. That was crazy. And so then I had to find a way to actually manufacture these thousands of robots, which we're still doing.
But then in terms of what the use cases are immediately, it sounds like for you it's about growing a developer base, growing a field.
Yeah.
But in terms of the use cases for these robots in the future, what do you see as some of the key ones?
I think there are many, yeah. So obviously some of them are really already starting to be explored. I think all the use cases around like retail, factory, I think a lot of interesting companies are starting to explore that. Some of them are actually using our $100 arm. What I was very interested with these new robots called Richie Mini was to explore also the field of more entertainment, fun. Because I think these robots have also a lot of potential to be actually just interesting, you know, new interaction. It's nice to interact on your screen with ChatGPT, but if you could physically embody the AI, it would be also very interesting as a way to interact. So, for instance, just taking an example of my kids, I like to vibe code and show them AI. If we could just code on a cute robot, like have him interact with us, they would love that actually even more. So that's one of the ideas. And the way we see these robots actually is a little bit like an iPhone. So we release it, there will be like a couple of apps, maybe 10, 15 behaviors, but then it's an open ecosystem, just like the App Store, where new developers will be able to bring new apps and new open source or closed source, whatever they want, new behaviors to the robot and share it with the whole pool of thousands of robots. So this is kind of a growing ecosystem, growing community.
Do some of the, just tying the first part of our conversation together with what we're talking about robotics, do some of the current limitations with AI models right now also present limitations when it comes to physical AI?
Ooh, that's a very good question. I've not prepared this one. But yeah, I think there is some common points. Yeah. I think one issue there is probably that what people would discover with robots is we're really in this data challenge field. So we don't have a lot of data about the real world. We have a lot of text data on the internet. We have petabytes of text data. But like real data on, you know, how do you load a dishwasher? How do you fold clothes? Very few people, you know, are just filming themselves folding clothes and uploading it on YouTube. They should do that more. And so there is the data crunch. And that's also why we think it's quite powerful to have these robots on Hugging Face, because we have this open platform where people can share their data. And for instance, with the ARM, we see already, I think we have between 6,000 and 10,000 data sets already uploaded. We have, I think, more than 1 year of video that people uploaded on them using the ARM. So hopefully this can actually also solve a part of this data challenge in robotics.
Great, Tom, we've got about a minute yet. I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked Kevin Scott when we ended our session. If we're sat here in a year's time, what do you think we're going to be talking about?
I think probably we'll have 2 robots on both sides participating in the discussion, and that would be also very fun.
That would be very, very cool. Well, Tom, thank you very much. Thomas Wolf from Hugging Face, everybody. Round of applause.
Thanks, Adil. Great job.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for reminding us that it's not just about the answers, but asking the right questions as well. And hopefully we'll have robots next year. To close today's program, we bring the conversation home, back to Italy, and have a discussion about how can we put AI into millions of hands and change people's lives or impact people's lives and businesses. And for that, I'm happy to welcome on stage Pietro Labriola, CEO of Team.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the main stage of the Italian Tech Week. Today, artificial intelligence is no longer science fiction. It's already shaping our daily lives, our productivity, and how we do business. Well, but the real question is, how do we make AI work for everyone, not just for a few? To explore this, I'm delighted to welcome on stage, of course, Pietro Labriola, the CEO of Team. Pietro, thank you for being here. Let's start with the big picture. Team recently made a bold move by bringing advanced AI services for all of your customers, thanks to the partnership with Perplexity. Why did Team choose this path, and what does it represent in your broader transformation journey as a company?
Thank you, Fabrizio. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss about something that is a reality, is no more a fiction. This move is answering to two different approaches. The first one is the future of the telco player that are becoming a customer platform, will be a commercial platform that will allow to anyone to sell to our customer different services. But today, we are not here to say that we are good to do that. The second element is that we have to bring to the customer the new technology. Whatever is new sometimes scares people. Yep. And if you have to pay, you will not take the risk. Each of us today, every time that we have to buy something new, we think about that because we're used to fraud. We don't know if what is promised is right. I never see any kind of advertising say that what we are going to sell is not the reality.
Of course not.
So the idea was, we have a company where the employees are 53 years old on average, and try to tell to our employees to use AI was difficult. The same is also for our customer. So the idea was, why we don't allow them to use this technology at zero risk? They don't have to pay. They have to get, use, experiment, and then try to understand how it will fit with their needs. Because the truth is that AI is not a specific thing that help you in something. The boundaries is your fantasy, the way in which you want to do the things.
The sky is the limit.
Yeah, and to give you an idea, also a large corporate as us, 1 week ago had to do a board of directors of Team, a listed company. And we have to discuss about an important item. Usually, one of the issues is that all the board members not necessarily know all the technical details. You have to put at their disposal a presentation 5 days before the board. But they are not technicians. They not necessarily know what you are going to tell. With 2 people in my company that are not necessarily people of the technical department, but just people that are crazy for AI on their own, what we did, we bring the presentation in PowerPoint. We give to the AI the profile of the board member, their degree, what they like or what they don't like. We get all the information that we give to the market in the last 3 years, my speech, all these kind of things. We put all together and we asked to create a podcast with questions and answers. That was trying to explain why we were doing that kind of activity or deal. And my board member became crazy because they told me, you did something that is incredible, but you didn't need several engineers, just 3 people curious of innovation and that like to understand and try new things.
What about the accessibility and the inclusion of the AI?
One of the main issue is, again, you have a digital divide related to the age. Below 20 years old, the issue is how to stop the use of AI. I have a daughter that is 19 years old, and so she was due to do the homework with AI. And due to the fact that the school was using AI to understand if my daughter was using AI, she was studying how to work on that. So this is a segment of the market where you don't have to work for the inclusion. The issue is for elder people. If we don't work with some activity like the one that I did as team, giving to everybody AI to test, it will be difficult because sometimes the risk is that you are creating a difference, again, a digital divide that this time is not related to the infrastructure, but to the know-how and the confidence about the technology. And the main issue is that in our experience in the past, technology to overcome your behavior and your life was taking years. But if you look as the things are changing in the real world, are much faster than in the past. You move from radio to TV after several years, to black and white TV, to color TV in several years. Then you started to see WhatsApp. It was very fast. Then it comes Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and every time faster and faster. So AI will not give you the time to wait and see, because it's like a wave. If you wait, the wave will overcome you. If you want to have fun and survive, you have to surf the wave.
What about your company? I mean, do you personally expect from AI, what do you expect from the AI as a company role? I mean, how do you see the AI impacting decision-making, for example, or productivity, or even the culture inside team?
What I'm experiencing that sometimes there's a matter of the culture. It's not so nice to say, but you have to face the reality that large corporates are very hierarchical.
Yeah.
If the chief executive officer do not show what it means, it's very difficult that bottom up, I repeat, in so large corporation will happen something. So I started to approach AI. I started to discuss with my first line how I was using AI. Just to give you an example, we have some solution that we gave to our customer to answer to the issue, and I told to my team, it doesn't work well, because if I get ChatGPT and they ask the same question, it's much more efficient than the one that we have. When someone was coming to me and was saying, we have to do that in this way, I was asking, why? And I was using in front of them AI to challenge them.
Yeah.
Now I see that all my team, every time that we have to discuss about something, Pietro, stop, and they go on ChatGPT or on Perplexity to look to these things.
And the average outcome?
No, that we are becoming much faster in the decision-making process, because this is the reality. Then it's clear that countries as Italy, France, Germany, and Spain have to face also some challenges. Why? In our countries, the job is very important.
Yeah.
And they continue to share this kind of view. And today, the business case of AI out of this country are related to firing people. We have to build an Italian, French, German, and Spanish way to use AI, but having in mind that our culture is important to save the work and the job of our people. This is the main challenge that we have to do. Then, if you are curious, you can do a lot of things. Just to give to you an idea, when I have to do every quarter a call to the financial market to explain the result of the company.
Yes.
We created with my team the digital twins of the different analysts that write about us. So we put all the things that they told. We have all the information that we gave. And when I have to prepare my speech, I put that in my digital twins, and I'm able to forecast which kind of question will be raised by the different analysts. And so I work on the presentation to avoid that question. Again, rocket science? No. three stupid people around the table that can change the world.
Not rocket science, but common sense, I guess. So let's move to something crucial, especially on a geopolitical way in this very moment, infrastructures. So we often talk about the AI as a driver of change, transformation, the future, but in reality, without resilient and secure networks, the AI cannot scale. So how important is it to have strong infrastructures, efficient systems, and shared security standards for the AI in this very moment?
I will answer to you on two different aspects, security and resilience. About resilience, I have to remember to everybody that in Italy, all of you pay between 5 and 8, 9 euro for mobile. It's the cheapest price in the world. And Italy is the country with the highest volume of data flowing in the network. And this is an issue, but whatever we are discussing here in these days is digitalization. I must be very transparent. Without network infrastructure, you can forget about everything. You can forget about AI. You can forget about your communication. And in a so complex world like the world that we have today, you have to reinforce infrastructure. It was quite difficult to think in the past to have a high level of resilience in the network because it's expensive, it's a cost.
Of course.
And we were in a peaceful environment. Today, everything is completely changing. So we have to try to understand how to face this issue. And this is something that we have to discuss also with the regulators, with the different governments, because we are a listed company, we are a private company. If we have to do that on our own, it has a cost. And this is the cost for the continuity of your life. Or, in some way, you have to use different approach to solve this issue. And there is the security. I will not talk only about security, but I will talk about the fourth dimension.
Yeah.
I'm joking when I say that, but today, we were used to live in the first dimension, the real world. There are some geographies, the boundaries. You live in Italy, and you apply to all the activity that you do Italian law for labor, fiscality, privacy, everything. Entrepreneurship, everything clear. You know the rules. And you were competing inside these boundaries. Now, it appears the fourth dimension. That is the digital one, where it's not clear the jurisdiction, where is it? Fiscality, you work in Italy, but fiscality is in Ireland. Security, you work in Italy, but the security is in US.
Yes.
So, and you are competing, you have the competition between companies that work on the first dimension and companies that work on the fourth dimension. And this is the issue. I will give you a stupid example. Cloud. All of you put something in the cloud.
Yeah.
In theory, you can say, but this cloud is in a data center in Italy. So everything fine. You apply the Italian jurisdiction. No, because for US law, any US company that manages the cloud is considered a digital embassy. Anytime the national security of US can ask to this company to share the information that are in that cloud on the Italian territory without inform the Italian state or the customer. And this is something that we have to solve. This is not an Italian issue. It's an European issue. And the main issue is that in Italy we are too slow.
What about the future of this continent? If we imagine Italy, for example, or Europe, 5 years from now, what do you expect?
There are only two possibilities. Or we accelerate, as Draghi told. 1 year later, Draghi told, inaction is not an option. If today we accelerate the decision-making process, and we will have the time to survive. Differently, let me try to be very provocative. In 5 years from now, we put at the boundaries of Italy, on the mountains, a big title, Welcome to Disneyland, because we'll become only a Disneyland where you will come because you have wonderful places, wonderful history, wonderful monument, but will be a colony of other continents.
Pietro, thank you. Today we have seen that AI for everyone is not just a slogan, it's not science fiction, it's the reality. And it's also a responsibility because of the networks, because also of the security. It's about access, resilience, and future competitiveness, like Draghi said. So, and if Italy wants to lead and Europe wants to lead, the path is now. Thank you, Pietro. Thank you, all of us, and enjoy the rest of the Italian week.
Thank you.
welcome to an action-packed afternoon here at Italian Tech Week. My name is Ines Macula. For those of you who don't know me, I am the host and co-founder of Made It, one of the leading entrepreneurship podcasts in Italy, where every week we interview some of the most successful Italian founders, and we uncover what lies behind their success. This is actually my 4th time at Italian Tech Week, and I do have to say that the level keeps getting better and better. It's amazing to see such an international event taking place in Italy. And I'm honored to be your MC and moderator for this afternoon session. So let's get to it. We have a very busy agenda for this afternoon. And the fil rouge for all of the speeches and panels that you will hear this afternoon is all linked to the Italian innovation ecosystem. So to set the scene of where our ecosystem is at today, we have invited Yoram Wijngaarde, founder of Deal Room, which provides intelligence about the world's most promising startups and ecosystems. He will open the session by giving us an overview of the state of startups and VC in Italy. Welcome to the stage, Yoram.
Already, thank you. I'm very excited to be here again, giving you the state of startups and VC in Italy. But I decided this year to do it a little bit different, to do a bit more than that, and to actually give one very strong recommendation. So let me just get into it about talking about the potential that is here, but also some issues. So let me just start with the data that a lot of you just are eager to see, and that is, okay, how much VC was invested or is being invested? So Deal Room projects that Italian startups are on track to raise about 1 billion again in 2025. And you can see that's despite the absence of mega rounds so far this year. So we've now had already a couple of years in a row where startups are raising more than 1 billion. And I remember when I was here the first time that was a massive moment. Now we kind of got used to it. So what kind of startups are raising? So on the left-hand side here, you can see startups. So really like seed, Series A. On the right-hand side, breakout capital. There is no scale-up capitals this year, so no 100 million plus rounds. And so no surprise, you can see AI is at the top, climate tech, is number 2, biotech, and in the breakout stage you can see also mostly climate tech and AI at the top. So far so good, but here's what I think is much more interesting, because that VC data basically also shows what VCs are doing, but what are startups doing, and what's the quality of the ecosystem. And this is one way that I really like to look at it. So what is the number of new founders with experience at a unicorn? And I'm not saying that only those founders count, but it is a very good measure for quality, because that means these are founders that know what great looks like. And so we're seeing a record number of people starting startups with that background, which is like a really, really positive sign. If you kind of look at the entire funnel, there's about 2,000 VC-backed startups now in Italy. There are almost 100 startups that do more than 25 million in revenue. There are 31 of them that do more than 100 million in revenue or have a billion-plus valuation. And together, these startups are now worth about 60 billion, 60. So that all sounds really good. But now comes the downer, that 60 billion is still much lower than, for example, Spain, which is a smaller economy than Italy. So Italy is still trailing its next door neighbor. And if I would compare Sweden or France, or I could go on, the numbers get even, more, let's say, disappointing. So what I want to say here is, so Italy has shown that it can build a startup ecosystem. It has built a startup ecosystem. But for the past few years, it's kind of stuck in the middle of the pack. And that's not where it should be because, of course, like Italy is the number 4 economy in Europe. So whether you look at like the number of rounds or the enterprise value created, it's kind of stuck in the middle. What this chart shows is kind of where Italy ranks. So how can it break out of the middle, and what is causing this? Here you can see kind of startup graduation rates from seed round to Series A and so forth. And you can see that compared with Portugal, Spain, any other country, conversion rates are just really, really low. So why is that? So I have an explanation, a good explanation. And I hope that it will resonate with you. So for example, here you can see that even Italy's most successful startups are much more domestically focused. You can see the red part, 39% of Italian unicorns just focus on the domestic market. And more than 2/3 only operate in a few countries. And if you look at Spain, you can see startups are much more internationally focused, much more global. Sweden, same thing. And I could show a lot more data than this that shows the same trend. Another trend, Italian startup teams are usually just like almost entirely Italians, whereas, for example, in Spain, they are much more likely to have international teams. It's another indication. And last but not least, Italian founders are therefore, probably as a result, more likely to start somewhere else. And again, here I'm just comparing with Spain. I could compare also with other countries. And so it's not a surprise that Italy is also far more reliant on domestic capital. At every single stage, it is mainly depending on Italian VCs. So that's why I'm wearing this hat. So who here has already heard about EU Inc? It was very hard to miss. Can you raise your hand if you know what it is? Okay. So there's actually still a surprising number of people that have not heard about it, which is really interesting. So EU Inc is an initiative to create a 28th regime, which basically means a European standard for setting up a legal entity. And Friday, I think there's going to be someone from, what's her name again? No, Ursula von der Leyen, sorry. She's coming Friday, so you should definitely bring this up. But this is a huge topic. So why does this really matter to have this European standard? Well, Italy is about 11% of European GDP. And it's a G7 country, but it has only 1.7% of enterprise value. Here you can see, in this chart, you can see a lot of dots, and it shows that basically tech hubs are driving GDP. You can see in the top right places like New York, MIT, Massachusetts, Seattle, where Jeff Bezos built Amazon, California are fast growing and also richer countries. Whereas in Europe, you see that, you see this kind of L shape. So we have rich countries that are not really growing. And I would put Italy there. You can see Italy there. And then we have countries that are catching up, like Lithuania and Poland. But what you see, where you want to be in this chart is in the top right. And in the top right, you only see places that have a vibrant tech economy. So that's where we need to go, and that's why this is so extremely important. Another reason why this is extremely important is that here in Italy, you have a huge issue with your pensions. So people are not investing themselves. It's not a personal responsibility. And what needs to happen is that pension money is actually, that it goes to a system similar to what you have in Denmark and in Sweden and more recently also in the Netherlands, where people are personally responsible for their savings so they can invest long-term instead of everything having to be invested short-term. And that means that the entire economy can be geared more towards taking more risk. So startups are not only important for GDP growth, but I would argue it is even also important to solve much more structural issues. Yeah, so finishing up with my conclusions. So number one, Italy can build. It has built an ecosystem in the last, let's say, 5-6 years, and it has created dozens of startup successes. But number two, it is stuck in the middle. Italy is punching far below its economic weight when it comes to creating startups. And number three, the reason, definitely a major reason for this, is that startups and capital are overly domestic, which is self-limiting. And there is a very high correlation between how global startups operate right from the start and how successful an ecosystem actually is. Whether you look at Sweden or the UK or other countries, that is a major factor. And so that is the thing that we need to solve. And once we solve that, we can pour more money into the ecosystem. But I think specifically in the case of Italy, you want to solve this first. So Italy is a poster child for EU Inc., setting an international standard. And this is very likely going to happen. But I think the way this is going to happen is that countries will have a huge influence in whether they want to lead in this or lag in this. And so I would urge Italy to be a leader in this and to leapfrog. In startup land, you don't win by competing. Like it's been already said, competition is for losers. You want to leapfrog. Italy now has the potential to leapfrog in Europe, to lead in the EU Inc. initiative, to be like basically the trailblazer in this, create the most favorable conditions for a startup legal entity that makes it easy to hire, has flexible labor contracts, easy to raise from anyone, that has the most favorable conditions for founders, also to make your employees owners of the company. It can lead in all these things, and I'm pretty convinced that that will have a major effect and help Italy break through to the next cycle. This is the way to future-proof the G7 status. That's my point number 6. And that result in better, bigger outcomes, and that's my point number 7. After that's done, Italy can reallocate more of its capital to long-term growth instead of short-term, being risk-averse. It can tilt its entire economy more to long-term growth and secure values and sovereignty and all these good things that were mentioned in the Draghi report 1 year ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yoram. So many things to take home. I was very impressed with the statistic that Italy is still one of the startup ecosystem that's very focused on launching startups for Italy. We have this market that is big enough to create a big company, but we tend to really think too local. And this is something that has really come out of so many different conferences and panels and interviews that I've done with entrepreneurs, how we have to think international from the get-go. Like countries, small countries like the Scandinavian countries, the Baltic countries, they think global because they're small countries. So we really need to internationalize ourselves. But the good news is that our next panel is entitled Cracking the Code, How Italian Founders Attract Top-Tier Global VCs. And for years, Italian founders have really struggled to break into the Silicon Valley and Europe's most prestigious funds, but things are changing. We're seeing startups raise rounds from some of the most important American, European VCs. And so I have 3 entrepreneurs who I will be calling to the stage who have successfully raised from Tier 1 international investors, and they will be sharing their playbook, how they position positioned themselves, what stories resonated, and what it really takes to convince the best VCs in the world to bet on Italian talent. So let me introduce our guest. We have Mattia Montepara, the co-founder of Sibyl, a fintech startup helping companies and investors better manage liquidity and treasury operations. In June this year, Sibyl raised a 12 million euro Series A round led by Creandum, which is basically their first time. This is the fund that backs Spotify, Klarna, Lovable, and it's the first time that they invest in an Italian startup. We then have Davide Asnaghi, the founder of Diode Computers, building the next generation of printed circuit boards with a radically new AI approach. Based in New York, Davide joined Y Combinator's 2024 batch and went on to raise an $11.4 million round led by Andreessen and Horowitz, one of the most prestigious VC firms in the world. And finally, Alberta Trombetta, which started her career as a business lawyer and in Milan before pivoting into entrepreneurship. And she, together with her co-founder, she launched Just Solve, an AI-powered agentic debt collection platform. After bootstrapping for a year, she pivoted in mid-2024, and Just Solve raised a 2.9 million pre-seed round this July, and you heard it here first because it hasn't been announced yet. The round was led by Base 10, a remarkable achievement for an early-stage Italian startup. So welcome to the stage, Mattia, Davide, and Alberta. Welcome, guys. So to kick things off, I'd love for each of you to share the story of how you found and convinced your international investors. There are big names, I mentioned them earlier, Creandum, Andreessen and Horowitz, Base 10. How did those conversations even start, and what was that turning point where they decided to invest in your startup?
Girls first. Nice. So actually, I think we should ask them this question. So I don't know exactly when they decided to invest. But what I'm sure happened is that I had a very strong intro. So I built a lot of credibility through a business angel of mine who was a founder of Base 10. And I think that that was really the best ID card to get started on the right foot. After that, we actually had a very, very smooth process. Americans are very different on this perspective. It was super smooth, 3 calls, 30 minutes each, and then they just sent the term sheet. So it was a love at first sight.
Unheard of in Italy, so Italian investors need to learn how to be this quick as well.
You said it.
Yeah, exactly. Mattia, what about you?
Well, for our case, I totally second the intro part. Actually, our board member before Series A introduced us to the now board member, Yoram, at Creandum. So that was, starting point, perfect starting point. Without that, probably there wasn't like Series A with them. Second thing is they were actively looking for investments here, okay? They had strong, and they have strong thesis on how undervalued and how big the opportunities are here, and that they like that. And they also really appreciate the fact that they found global ambition for more the type of ambition that we showed them. So like we are super Italian, serving super Italian businesses, but like the ambition to build a super successful case. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that the dynamics we raised twice, a seed round and a Series A. The first dynamic of the round was quite interesting. It was right after Y Combinator, and we only raised from investors that I had started chatting before, like getting into YC. And so the dynamic was very much like, hey, I said I would do something, and then like that thing happened. And also YC creates a little bit of FOMO, so that round closed really quickly. We also pitched our current partner at Andreessen back then, and we told them, okay, like we will do this. And then when we did that, they effectively came back and said, hey, we would like to preempt your A.
Okay, so traction, building relationships from before, warm intros, super important. So getting interest from portfolio companies or from the investors themselves is super important. But once you were in the room, how did you position yourselves and your startup to stand out? And was it traction, storytelling, the team, or something else? Do you think that really kind of made them tick? This time we start, yeah.
Sure.
Davide, go.
I think that for us, it's a very specific right time, right place. Our team is very, very strong from a technical perspective. We manufacture circuit boards, which is like a very niche, like very engineering-focused market. Even to do sales, you need to really know what you want. And there's not many people that have both like the ambition of starting a company in this like very old space. And so like our team is a very good fit for this market. And a combination of geopolitical problems, the US is undergoing this like big restructuring with tariffs, and we solve a very specific pain point for American enterprises. And so we really like both fit macroeconomic theses that funds may or may not have, as well as like founder market fit. So I think that this was really like what made the raising money smooth.
Well, in our case, it was Series A, so highly metric-driven. So, but those things, they were simply expecting to be there, okay? Plus, we had to show that we had a team capable of executing both on go-to-market and product perspective. But then the real, let's say, click from a connection perspective came when we actually showed that there was an enormous untapped market, no innovators in trying to challenge the incumbents, and like our strong conviction in being that innovator. That was, I would say, the last missing step point.
So, of course, for us it's different because we're early stage, and this is the first round that we're raising. But I think that, so you need kind of a magic sauce to handle something like this. I think that for us, especially for the kind of firms that we were talking with, it was mainly resilience. So what I found surprisingly is that many investors appreciated a lot our bootstrapped part, our capability of execute without many resources, and the fact that along the journey we managed to actually tackle a real problem and to have paying customers. I think that was it.
Thank you for sharing, because it's always interesting, like how you close, you know, from that initial attraction to what really makes them tick and say, I'll give you the check. And as Italian founders, whether based in Italy or abroad, what differences did you notice when talking with international investors versus local investors? And did you feel like you had to prove yourself more because you were Italian?
Well, I mean, in our case, I would say it was way easier to share our story, why what we wanted and what we were doing had so much potential. What we found difficult was to actually sell our conviction in actually being able to do that. Okay, so when we shared this story with Cream, for example, like we actually found immediate alignment on, okay, we understand and we are buying the fact that you can actually do that. You can actually disrupt like a $5 billion market in Italy only, and you're the right team to do that. That was the main difference in our case.
So I'd say that we actually had a very lucky round. It was super, super smooth and super fast. So we didn't talk with many funds. The difference, though, that I noticed is that generally speaking, international funds, and actually let's say the bigger they were, the more they were focusing on ambition, how the market was, how big was the market, and not that much about details around, I don't know, go to market or how will you spend the money, or tell me exactly what plan do you have for this specific topic. So my feeling was that with international investors, actually somehow the bar was lower. I mean, maybe the ambition bar was higher and the execution bar was higher, but for the details, it somehow was lower.
Okay, very interesting. What about you, Davide, as an Italian in America?
So, unfortunately, I don't have a very well-formed opinion. The only Italian investor I pitched was Dada from Vento. And I will say that was probably, like, it was a wonderful experience. So as far as I'm concerned, Italian investors are wonderful. But yes, effectively, because we had a pre-existing relationship, I had talked to her before even thinking about starting a company, and she saw the progression. We said, hey, we would love to have you in the round. And she was super fast, has followed through, has been a wonderful investor. On the other side, after YC, there's a lot of funds that book meetings with you. And what I will say is that we closed the round in 3 days, and some European funds took 2 weeks to respond about scheduling the call. So wow. There was a very strong, when I pitched our lead investor for the seed, I did the pitch at 4:30, got off of their office, and then at 5, they wired the money.
Yeah, the speed at which things happen in the US is just completely different. They probably see a lot more startups and they have to make deals also much quicker than in
There's partially that, and also we are a very small bet for a lot of funds.
Yeah. And Mattia, did you have to adapt your story based, depending on where you were talking to an Italian investor versus an international one? Or was it always the same pitch, the same story?
In a way, yes. Specifically on, I would say, the more technical stuff. Okay, because again, for international investors, it was tougher to immediately understand what we were doing, but more in details, like the opportunity of such a local playbook, so the pure Italian play, okay? And that was, I would say, the key differentiator along our story, yeah.
We talk a lot about, and I was mentioning before when Yoram was doing the presentation about internationalizing, thinking global from day one. Not all Italian startups who are being successful have that mentality or are going for that. For example, you, Jet HR, there's some startups that are really focused on Italy. Was that not a barrier at all for international investors?
Oh, it was super bad with some. Some were simply not buying the story. Okay. So it was way more than 50-50. 20% were getting and liking the story. The others simply say, no, we do not believe in the pure local play, and that was the end of the conversation.
I know that it's quite rare, actually, for early-stage Italian startups to raise from top-tier international funds. How did you build credibility? You mentioned a few things, but how did you build that credibility so quickly with Base 10? And what would your advice to early-stage founders be when they're talking to international investors at an early stage in their startups?
So I think, as I said, that it's kind of a magic sauce. You need to figure out storytelling and momentum, of course, and they need to come to you. You cannot go to them. So you have a few strategies around that, and we all know them. I think that, what I'm sure about is that ambition is something that you can build, and is something that you need to get used to. In Italy, we don't have that much stress on ambition. So I think that if people could surround themselves, with founders who raise from international investors, European top-tier founders, American maybe, I think that is really something that can make a difference, because in my perspective, what investors really want to see is that you really either go big or go home. They don't care about a nice company. And if you manage to show them this part, and of course you also need to manage somehow to click with their investment thesis. For example, for us, Base 10 thesis is to invest in disruption of old legacy industry. We are in debt collection agencies industry, so of course we're super old and super ready to disrupt. So also do your homework, because not every fund wants to invest in the same kind of company.
Yeah, I would underline that point of doing your homework. Every fund has a different thesis, believes in different things, and cold pitching random funds doesn't work for anybody, so doing your homework. But when you say level of ambition, do you mean showing that the market that you're going for is huge, or is there something in your personality that showed through? If you can give us an example of how you think that they perceived your ambition, that would be really.
So honestly, I think that every founder is different. I'm quite an energetic person. I think that helped. I'm a people person. That helped a lot with investors, definitely. But I would say that to have a very clear vision on a huge market and to say, my assumption is that the only recipe to disrupt this market is this one. Of course, someone can agree with you and some others can be against you. But as a friend of ours actually say a lot, strong opinions weakly held. So very, very strong opinions. Then, of course, you're always, as a founder, you need to change trajectory as soon as you're going. So if you realize that that's not right, of course you need to adapt. but your conviction over how to win that market must be super strong.
Yeah, because it's a hard point, because you're meeting hundreds of people. Everybody has a different opinion over what you're pitching, right? Some will be like, I believe in exactly what you're saying, and the others will have another mindset. And then you tend to be, sometimes you might tend to be like, oh yeah, no, we could do something, closer to.
I think
so you have to stick to what
and also, like, you will never convince someone that thinks that your market is not cool enough, big enough, nice enough. You're not, like, I can tell you, like, we got quite a number of term sheets. We were very lucky on this. And if I look back, I could tell you from the first call, all the funds that were going to give us a term sheet and the ones that weren't. So you really, when you see the spark, you need to push. Yes. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. And also, you don't want to get a hard no. This is something else. So if you see that it's not working so much, yeah, I'm not raising, yeah, we'll keep in touch. Okay. But if you see that spark, that's where you need to push. And you need to, you see it. I don't know if you agree with me, but you quite see it.
And we've talked about, obviously the successes of successfully fundraising with these big investors, but, it comes also with a lot of no's, with a lot of rejections. How do you personally deal with rejections?
Terribly. It's really hard. It's probably the worst part of the racing process, and you need to be, to get used to that. It's like, like there's no one actually teaching you how to do that. You have to work on yourself, because it's really bad. Because you've been questioned and judged, and even if it's not personal, you take it personally. So it's psychologically tough, but also I would say a huge growth opportunity. It makes you stronger, and that's simply pure reality.
Thanks for being honest. What about you, Davide?
I will say, I think that American investors have mastered the ability to reject without formally rejecting you. And they'll be incredibly good at saying, oh, we really like XYZ, we think that we should stay in touch, and then you need to learn how to read that as a rejection. The really interesting other side of that is that every rejection came with some form of explanation for people that outright rejected, and reading into that explanation and making sure that you're navigating the blind spots that you may have was quite useful. I'm an engineer. It's go-to-market was not my strong suit when I started the company, and a lot of investors were like, we see the technical expertise, but we're worried about go-to-market. And fair enough. Had to learn a lot about sales and go-to-market motion. And you can show that these are problems you can overcome by doing stuff. So that's been, I think, I get a lot of pleasure in getting a rejection and learning from it, and then making sure that they know that that was an unfounded opinion.
Yeah, proving them wrong, right? Gives you that energy to show them that they should have invested. But once the deal was done, how have your investors supported you beyond the money? If you can give us some examples.
Real examples? Well, I mean, the first 20 hires post-round were, we had no HR, and we found in Crandom a fantastic talent team. They literally helped us sourcing the talents. Okay, so sharing Google Sheets with hundreds of leads, potential leads for key positions that we had to fill. HR first. So a super practical help beyond, of course, the incredible interest to founders with, 10 times or 100 times the year that we had. But again, the practical, simple stuff, again, sourcing people for our recruiting efforts. It was something we were not expecting, and that helped in a super concrete way.
Yeah, that's the first time I hear of such concrete help on hiring, so amazing. Yeah. And what about you, Davide?
So we are very lucky that our partner at Andreessen is fantastic. Her name is Erin Price-Wright, and we have Zabi Almgren as the other person that works with us. Hiring, 100%. Zabi and Erin were at Index and Human Capital for Zabi before that, so they are incredible at finding the right people. But the other thing is Erin specifically is ex-Palantir, which is a very specific business model that applies in certain ways to our market. And so she has incredibly sharp insights. And there's been 3 or 4 different opportunities that we could pursue. And when I talked with her about these opportunities, she was like, this doesn't look like it will pan out. And I was like, I'm not sure. And then turns out that instinct was incredibly spot on. And if we had invested more resources in that experiment, it would have probably been counterproductive because focus is the most important resource we have right now. So I would say that they've been incredibly helpful. They've been very generous with their own time. I suspect that as there's a tier of investors who just do it because it is worth their time to invest in you.
So of course, for us, it's a little different because we just closed the round. So what I can say is that till now, and maybe also in choosing our investors, we really wanted to work in partnership with someone who has done it. And so both Base 10 and Entourage, who's the main follower of our round, they are all entrepreneurs. They're all founders. And I think that in the small amount of time that we had to work together till now, I had a few tough moments where I had to, for example, fire someone. And to talk with someone who has done it 300 times, I think it has an amazing value added. So I'm sure that this is going to replicate also for the next years. And just on this, one other important note is that we were born in the Venture Builder program of Vento. And Vento has been an amazing investor for us on this point because they followed us during the pivot when we didn't have money, in the bootstrap phase, and they have always been there for us. And I think that bottom line, this is what you need from your believers because your investors are your first believers. So
yeah. It's not just about the money, it's about how much they put in. We have literally 25 seconds. One of you wants to share a really quick advice for founders in the room that are trying to raise from international investors. 18 seconds.
I don't believe in advice, so I'm not going to give advice.
It's hard.
I'm just going to share that focus on product that matters, beyond everything, execution, product, whatever, but if the problem doesn't matter for them, that's the biggest problem at moment zero. So
they need to care about the problem you're solving. Yeah. Thank you to the three of you. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that was actually super useful. So many great insights that they shared that I hope you guys will take with you. And in the early stage startup world, two decisions can really make or break a company's trajectory: who you hire and who you back. From the founder side, every early hire is critical when resources are scarce and execution speed matters most. And from the investor side, the product is only part of the story. The real focus is on the human capital that will carry it forward. I'm thrilled to introduce the next fireside chat, Building Early Stage Teams, What Founders Seek and What Investors Fund. A conversation between Michela Andreolli, CEO and founder of ARC, the first intelligence system that runs manufacturing SMEs, and Melissa Klinger, partner at Dig Ventures. Michela and Melissa will explore this intersection of talent and investment, sharing their signals, qualities, and strategies that reveal which ventures are built to scale and which risk stalling before they even leave the ground. So welcome, Michela and Melissa. The stage is yours.
Wow. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa. Thank you for having us. Shout out to Diala. This is an amazing event. So I'm Melissa. I'm a partner at a fund called Dig Ventures. We launched 7 years ago. Previously, I was at a company which some of you might know called MuleSoft. It's a big integration company which went public in 2017, and in 2018, we were bought by Salesforce for $6.5 billion. And I was one of the early sales leaders at that company. And after the exit, I was lucky enough to team up with the founder of MuleSoft to start the fund, Dig Ventures. And what we do is we invest in the very early stages of companies, mostly in Europe, in the B2B SaaS and cloud infrastructure space. And I've had the privilege of investing and working with Michela for just over a year now. And we've had many chats over the last few weeks around what founders really look for and what we as investors look for in early teams. And we want to share some of that with you today. So before we kick off, do you want to just give a very quick intro to yourself and the company?
Super quick. Hi, everyone. My name is Michela. I'm the founder and CEO of Arche. Arche is building the operating system for manufacturing companies. So we're making sure that all the incredible technology you hear about over the next few days actually gets through the traditional industry as well. I raised my pre-seed 1.7 million last year. It was led by Dig Ventures, and Melissa actually sits on my board. So what you will witness today is actually a glimpse into one of our board meetings where she teaches a lot to me. So I'm happy to share with all of you today.
Okay, so just over a year in, nearly a team of 10. Can you talk about some of the qualities that you look for when making your first few hires?
Yeah, I think first of all, let me say that the first few hires, I think, are key to the company. I think they actually change the trajectory of the business that you're building. Some of the things that I look at in terms of hard skills are really how intelligent the person I have in front of me is. And by intelligence, I mean how capable are them to think from first principle. So how capable are them to not jump to conclusions, but break a problem into smaller problems and rebuild it from the foundations. And at the same time, how fast are them to cut through the noise and turn raw data into insights that then we can leverage to take better and informed decisions. From a soft skill perspective, and I would say more than soft skills is actually values, I want to work with people who have a sense of urgency, people who are transparent, so they dig for the truth no matter how uncomfortable it is, and people who have a lot of ownership. So even if they're working on a big problem and just 1% of the problem is their responsibility, that's where they focus.
And when you think about those qualities, how do you test for them?
So, in terms of first principle thinking, we came up with something. I don't know if we came up with it, but we use it a lot. And it's called the parking lot test. So we actually ask candidates during an interview to act as a contractor. And they have to build, for me, the customer, a parking lot. And what I want to see is how many questions do they ask before telling me how the parking lot is actually created? Do they ask me what kind of customer I am? Do they ask me if I have budget? What country are we in? And that's how I test, how they think. And then I would say in terms of, I'll give you another one, ownership. I ask, why are you leaving your current job? Or why did you leave your previous job? And what I want to see is, are they blaming their previous boss or company or circumstances? Or are they in the driving seat of their career? So do they tell me, I outgrown the company and I want to learn something more that this company can't offer me. And so I want to work with people that are in the driving seat of whatever they do. Hard to find, by the way, these kind of people. So
yeah, take note. And so if you think about the size of the team right now and the amount that you've raised, resources are quite scarce. So can you talk to how you compete with much bigger companies and actually attract top talent without the big high salaries, etc.?
I think this is a perfect segue into the previous answer, because if you're hiring people who are smart and who think from first principle and who want to have ownership, they are likely looking for a place where they have to solve a very complex challenge so they can actually put their intelligence to use. They want to know that they're doing something big, so it got to have purpose. So what I always say in our interviews is, what we're doing is very hard. If we make it, we're going to change the GDP of a continent. So I think that's the kind of bold mission that people want to hear. But at the same time, I think as a founder, it's my responsibility to not fall into because we're in Italy, I can benchmark my salaries or the equity that I give to the Italian system. I always try, if you raise the same or a similar amount of money that an international founder would raise, then you have to act according to those laws. And so I think in terms of salary, it's a complete and transparent relationship with my employees. I can't match probably what they were earning before, but I'm doing everything I can to give them everything I think they're worth. And in terms of equity, this is something that when I started was quite shocking to me. If you talk to an Italian founder or probably any founder of a system that is just coming up, and an international founder, the way they think about equity is quite different. And so, for example, I heard that there were founders that were only giving stock options to a few key employees, or the stock option pool was very small, like 5%. And on average in Europe and the world is 10% at the pre-seed stage. So that's what we did, and everybody in the company, I think, needs to feel an owner, but also be a real owner. If things go well, it needs to be life-changing for anybody. Anyways, otherwise you don't get the top players.
Couldn't agree more.
And here, I just want to say that I heard this on this very stage a few years ago from Matilde Giglio from Even, who actually always says, everybody in the company should have a piece of the company.
And that's what you've done.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had the privilege of actually being in your office and meeting some of the team, and already just in a year, going through, some rocky periods. Every startup is a roller coaster. And one thing I've noticed is you've actually managed to build some incredible foundations of a culture. So can you just talk to a little bit around how you've started to really build an intentional culture in the company?
Yeah, I think this is also super important, and I think one of the things that we talked about in our very first board meeting was culture is not what you write on walls. It's actually, how the entire team operates. And I think the very first thing is culture needs to come from the top. So the first thing that I did was, what are the values that I, as a founder, want to see in my company? For me, as I said, they were transparency, urgency, and ownership. And then what can I do at the very early stages to make sure that the team knows that I live by those values? So for me, it was making a promise to the team, which was, however thing go, however bad they are, I will always show up. When it's messy, when it's, when I don't have all the answer, when it's uncomfortable, you can count on me to be here and to be present. So them seeing me behave this way, basically, I think it gave them a way to show up with one another. And so you start seeing the values being, shared across the team. And then even better, you start seeing them showing up the same way with customers. They show up the same way when we have, very hard product discussions. So I think then those values become the way we actually operate. And then I think after you've done these 3 steps, you just wait for a very bad moment to come, and you see how the company reacts. I think you can actually see the culture of a company in bad times. If, in a bad time, you can see your company still and your people still, living by those values, it means the culture is real. If not, then you have some work to do, but it's doable. So as long as you're aware, I think it's good.
And in ARC, so far so good,
So far
right?
so good, yes. I can't complain. Actually, I have the best team, so I got very lucky with them, yes. Very, very much. But this was my experience, 1 year as a founder, which you will all agree it's not enough to have, to be the Bible, but we do have somebody here who actually spent 7 years investing, right?
Maybe 8 years. Yeah.
8 years, okay, 8 years in investing. So I think I'm going to now revert all of the questions to you. And I will start by asking, what traits do you look for in CEOs that you think will actually make them great CEOs?
Yeah, great question. And these are obviously just, my opinions from my experience. Maybe others have different. But one of the most important traits, and we talked about this already, is urgency. I want to be working with CEOs that can move really, really fast. They set ambitious deadlines, and fundamentally, they act as if every day is their last in the company, and they instill that urgency in the company. And with that often comes a very strong sense of focus. So if I ask these CEOs what matters most to them, they'll often respond with 1, maximum 2 things. They won't give me a list of 10 things. And I'll give you an example. So one of our CEOs who went out to raise a Series A was actually talking to a tier 1 investor who turned around and said they wouldn't get to anywhere near conviction without the proof of 5 enterprise clients. And this company had no enterprise clients. And the CEO made the decision to make that an urgent priority. So he went back to the company and he said that this was the only thing that mattered. We have to land 5 enterprise clients within the next month, something that historically would have taken them weeks, if not many months. And they did it. They spent every morning doing sales meetings, LinkedIn prospecting every day and night, and they did it. And actually, unfortunately, that investor didn't end up investing. But what did happen was it created a lot of interest from other investors, and they ended up raising a great round. And so I think that one of the lessons there is that whilst you have to be cautious as to what you pick as a focus and a form of urgency, when you create and instill urgency, often opportunities can come. So I'd say that's fundamentally one of the most important for us. And the second is actually something that's not really widely spoken about, but it's CEOs that prove the ability to get people to follow them. You've done an amazing job at this. These are the types of people where when they talk about their story, they do it in such a compelling way that amazing senior hires, customers, investors all want to be part of that journey, and they want to be part of it immediately. And an ingredient of that is being a good communicator. But actually, you have to be compelling as well. You have to be able to talk about where the world's going to be in the next 5 years. And you have to get people to believe you that your company is going to be at the forefront of that. And so I think what you said is, of course, giving equity and a sense of ownership is really important, but so is actually the ability to get people to follow you.
Yeah. So you're looking for people who have a great sense of urgency and who can get people to follow them. What happens if a founder doesn't have both, for example?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I want to be investing in founders that have the amazing ability to be a visionary communicator and can execute very well. And sometimes we find those people, and sometimes we don't, and that's fine. It's not a deal breaker. I think if a CEO excels in one and not the other, it's okay so long that there's the awareness and the recognition and plan, which we will help put in place as an investor, to plug that gap. What I will say is we obviously don't want to be working with founders that maybe don't observe where those gaps are or frankly don't care or prioritize filling them. And then I'll caveat this whole thing, which is that we're humans. We are human. And if you read my short list of the things we really care about in the CEOs that we invest in, that would look like a unicorn. And we're not unicorns. We are humans. And so we really do have to be honest and realistic around what we're investing in. And actually, and I think this is true for many early stage investors in the room, that sometimes you can have a checklist of all the perfect things that you want to find in a CEO, but sometimes you can scrap that whole list when you meet someone, and you just have this inexplicable gut feeling that you want to invest in someone that's got something special, and you have this amazing bond of trust with them, and it cans everything. So I'm basically contradicting myself and saying it's a complicated answer, but it's also the honest answer.
Yeah. You have a complicated job after all, so that makes sense. So we talked about what you look for in potential CEOs. What are, on the other hand, some red flags that would immediately make you say, "This is not a deal I'm gonna do"?
Yeah, good question. And this can sound negative, and it's not really something, at least that I've heard investors really talk about on panels much, but behind closed doors, we talk about red flags a lot, and it's an important discussion to have in an open environment. So what better opportunity than now?
This is very open.
Exactly.
By the way.
I mean, for me, when we talk about red flags, it's actually the basic stuff. So it's a CEO or a founder turning up to an investor meeting. Maybe they're ill-prepared, they're late, they haven't done much research on me or the fund, and I personally don't get offended by that, but it does beg the question, how might they behave in front of a customer? After all, a fundraise process is reminiscent of a sales process. And the way that someone generally behaves in a pitch or an interview is indicative of how they behave in reality times 10. So it's something that we have to take quite seriously. And another red flag, I would say, is actually what I would call dishonesty. Not necessarily maliciously intended dishonesty, but when a founder says that they're going to do something and they don't, or they say they're going to send something and they don't, or maybe they tell you that you need to make a decision on their round in 48 hours, and then 48 hours passes and they give you another week to make a decision. And I fully appreciate that sometimes you have to build momentum in a fundraise process, but there's definitely a fine line between running a sales process and being dishonest. So you just have to tread very carefully, I think.
Yeah. I also have a hard job done, we can say, after your speech. I would say last question from my side is, so you are now an investor, obviously, but you were also, in a company that went from, a few millions to being acquired for 6.5 billion. So you saw all the in and outs of hiring, people working and not working out. I would want to ask you, in your opinion, what, an early stage CEO should be, what kind of people we should be hiring?
Yeah. And it's a good question. I guess I have the perspective of being on both sides. And what I say is there's no specific roles or magic roles here. In my opinion, it's much more of a mindset. If I look vicariously through some of the companies we've invested in, the most important early hires that make the biggest difference are those that actually share the founder's grit. They're the people that get on the bus at the first stop and they sign up to a really bumpy ride. They embrace the chaos. They accept that the only constant is change. These people generally don't come out of big corporates.
Yeah.
But what they do accept is that things are going to change, that the product and the strategy might change in 3-6 months, and they're okay with it. They roll with the punches, and they somehow manage to actually remain pretty motivated. And those are the people that you really need in particularly the very, very early days.
Yeah.
The people that don't understand that generally get off the bus quite quickly and they quit. And what I would say is, if I look now back on all the companies that we've invested in, especially now speaking to some of the more scale-up growth CEOs in our portfolio, the single biggest mistake that they talk about is not getting rid of bad hires quick enough.
Yeah.
And you can make mistakes, and the only way you learn is by making mistakes. But the bigger mistake is not getting rid of a bad hire quickly. And so I think when those decisions do happen, you need to act pretty quick.
Yeah. I've learned that the hard way, but I'm also very lucky because I have some of those people that are actually, in it for the long run, and they literally change the trajectory of the company. So I feel very lucky because of that. I would say we shared all that we had to share. We really hope that it was actually useful for you. Now that, many of you will have to deal with hiring or investing in people. It's all about people at the end of the day. I would strongly encourage all of you to try and have this kind of conversation. So we are in a room and we'll be at that event for a couple of days full of founders and investors. I think it's really important that we engage with each other, not just during a fundraising process, but it's really helpful, to know for a particular investor what are their red flags and what are they looking for. I think it really changes, the set of the conversation afterwards.
Yeah, so, and I'll kind of leave on my side maybe with one last thought, which is, I think no founder that we fully understand as investors is perfect. And one of the things that we sort of caveat with everything we say is that actually some of the best CEOs that you invest in, at least in our experience, they don't always scale the full distance of the company. And that's fine. What we look for is some really, really important traits that these CEOs have early on that can help us understand, or at least give signals to whether they're going to do well.
Yeah.
So having the self-awareness, for example, that maybe from feedback or introspection that a CEO isn't going to go as far as they want, and they surround themselves with coaches or with mentors, or they might hire someone in their leadership team. But also, actually being able to have a non-stop learning culture. The best CEOs we work with obsess over getting to the truth and asking why someone criticizes or challenges something. They never accept anything. They go really, really deep, and they have the courage to actually put themselves out there and say what they don't know, and actually have this just insatiable thirst for knowledge that totally outweighs a potential fear of being mocked or being wrong.
Hopefully you'll meet many of them
I think this room is full of those kind of people, and I'd love to meet all of you. So
great. Thank you very much, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. This way, right?
This way.
couple of minutes, so please don't leave the room if we haven't stopped. It's just a minute. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Seems like the technical issues have been solved. Thank you for the ones who have stayed. So this Italian Tech Week session that you'll hear has become something of a tradition. Once again this year, we're joined by Diego Piacentini, a seasoned executive with decades of leadership experience at Amazon and Apple, who now serves as chairman of the advisory council at Vento. He will start the conversation by sharing an update of Vento's work and impact. More than 130 early-stage Italian founders have been backed since 2022, and a venture-building program is now live in its 5th edition. And to bring the story to life, he'll be joined on stage by one of Vento's most successful portfolio founders, who actually just yesterday announced a raise of a very big Series A. I'm sure they will talk about it during their conversation. Martina Domenicali, co-founder and CRO of LexRoom, an AI-powered platform that transforms hours of legal work in seconds. Welcome, Diego Piacentini and Martina Domenicali. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Don't worry, Martina will come briefly, so she will be here with us. Actually, you heard the presentation from Yoram from Deal Room about we always hear how far behind Italy is. And what we're going to discuss today and present to you is actually how we're filling the gap. And in 2023, actually, our presentation was called Filling the Gap. In 2024, we talked about how we're unlocking the Italian potential. And in 2025, we're showing the results, because now we are financing a startup every week. Actually, to be honest, there's going to be more than one per week. So how do we do this? First of all, Vento was inspired by what Kima Ventures did in France in 2010, 2012, around that time with the Macron government. We liked the model, and that's why we said fill in the gap. We thought that creating a model like this, and by the way, copying in business is not a problem. Actually, it should be always a good thing not to invent or reinvent the wheel. And now we can say that Vento is the top non-governmental early-stage investor who has already deployed $75 million. And how do we do this? $150,000 ticket. It's about pre-seed and seed. It's sector agnostic. It's country agnostic. We find and fund Italian entrepreneurs wherever they are in the world. And we take decisions in 2 calls. And the 2 calls could be literally even in 2 weeks. So that's the approval rate. Sorry, that's the approval speed. The approval rate is very, very selective. Vento is also venture building. Venture building is selecting talents with pre-idea, pre-team. It's totally investing on the people. It's a 5-month full-time program. It's about team formation. It's about idea development. It's about startup launch with funding. And actually, Martina is an example of what came out of this amazing program. And then the other activity, by the way, of the Vento team is the Italian Tech Week, which at this point, I heard so many comments about the quality of the Tech Week, which is way beyond the Italian borders. Numbers, data. In 2002, we financed 24 companies. In 2023, 31. In 2024, 34. Year to date, it's 51, so it's actually going to be more than one per week. A few data that's going to be very interesting to understand. It's not just, and I consider this a success. Italy is 50% of the locations because we go after Italian entrepreneurs all over the world, 30% in the US, 20% in Europe and UK. If you look at the composition of the type of investments, it's dramatically changed versus 3 years ago. Obviously, AI, and if you consider deep tech, which is more hardware and software and AI, it's over 50% in investment. FinTech is 13%, almost 20% is life sciences, climate tech, consumer tech. So it's really, as I said, sector agnostic because we do believe in entrepreneurs. 29% of the companies have female co-founders or founders, which I think it's an amazing set of data information. How are the startups growing? I mean, a fund that is only in its 4th year, it's a very early fund. Now funds tend to be 8, 10, even 12 years. But here are the results. We got 17% and 16% of write-offs. I think this is an amazing, great number. Why is that? Because this mainly means that we are taking the risk of going after entrepreneurs and ideas. Rewarding risk is very, very important. Failure is the most important thing in a venture capital activity. And this is a concept that in Italy has been alien to the way of investing until a few years ago. But we already have companies that are Series A, Series B, there already some exit. So you see this wide variety of activities in the venture world. Highlights. In 2025, we invested in 12 companies that Y Combinators also selected. Nucleo, an example, Sava, Excellence, Cua, Iron Grid, to mention all of them here. And not only, Vento is not a lead investor. There are lead investors that are not only European and Italian companies, but we also see like Base 10, San Francisco-based companies, and other in this world. So my thesis at the very beginning was that Italy was missing a big success stories. When those success stories would come, very relevant venture capital companies will also come along, and that creates the spinning wheel. I mean, Bending Spoons is an example, not part of the Vento program, but it's part of the overall Italian ecosystem. And we see more and more attention from US VCs in Italy. So the problem is not about Italy is missing Italian VC skeleton to invest into Italian companies. Italy was missing US and European VCs coming into Italy and see the potential of Italy. The solution is not with the Italian VCs, which are great, are welcome. They should be part of the ecosystem. They should invest into Italy. But it's the overall global approach that was missing. And we talk now about venture building. So this is something that we should be proud of, and we really are. We selected and invested in 150 founders, 31 of them female. The program created 33 startups. Of those 33, 19 got the funding that you see from the Vento financing. And those 19 raised 34 million euros in total. And here we want to talk about one of the most representative examples of the venture building, and I'm asking Martina to join me on stage. She is the most important part of this presentation. Okay, Lexroom.ai. So, Martina, the first question I have in mind is, before talking about the company and the product, venture building. The amazing thing that people don't realize here is that your co-founder, Paolo, you did not know him before the venture building program, is that correct?
Correct. Vento was key to Lexroom. We were lucky enough to meet the three of us, the three co-founders, met within the venture builder. I think Vento has a strong power of talent attraction, and also, as you said, they do something very special, which is betting on people before ideas. And the three of us met, and we decided to commit and to work together even before Lexroom. So this was very important for us, and is one of the, I think, strengths of our company, which is still there today.
You took a risk. I mean, Paolo could have been the wrong person, and you could have been the wrong person to him. What made you think that the combination of the two was giving the results that we see today?
I think taking risk is part of our job. Otherwise, we would have not chosen this path. But it was very clear to me that we needed to choose for each other, and also Andrea, that joined a few months after.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that process.
Him. It was very clear that we needed to choose people which had the same ambition, the same commitment, and also bring to the table different expertises which could have been core to what we decided to build. So we had these three things in mind, I think, and also the program gave us the opportunity to get to know each other and to understand if there was a fit on the values, which again is what is core to the strength of Lexroom. So we share the same values and ambition, and we bring to the table different expertise.
How often do you disagree?
We disagree.
We did not script this part, by the way.
We disagree, but we are very aligned on the values. So at the end of the day, we take the same decisions. So maybe we discuss on the ways to get to that decisions, but we're very, very aligned on where to go.
How to deal with conflicts is one of the most important things in any company. And it is very important that we stay in situations where straight talking and be very clear of what we think of each other, even if that takes to conflict, is key. And I'm glad that you are actually getting on that. Spoiler, for a Martina and Paolo that actually are a great working example, there are many that did not work. We obviously did not bring those on stage. We're just bringing the ones that are working. But keep in mind that this is not the normal output. The normal output is not fit. So tell us about your product. But before that, I'm going to repeat the anecdote that we discussed. I was at the shareholder meeting of one of the companies I'm on the board. One person walks to me. She introduces herself, and she is a tax lawyer. I'm sure there are tax lawyers in this room. And she works for one of the big 4 consulting companies, and she goes, I'm glad that you presented the AI strategy. This is going to change the world a lot, but I'm very happy that in my job, tax are so complicated, the AI will never get me out of the job. And I was looking at her and said, okay, maybe you're not exactly understanding what AI is doing. And this is probably a field where AI can help a lot.
Yeah, I take it to explain a little bit our vision and product. So we are redefining the access to legal services. So we built an AI platform that supports lawyers in law firms, but also within companies, to draft legal opinions, carry out legal research, and analyze tons of legal documents through the power of LLMs, with ambition to ensure reliability. So the possibility to go extremely fast in what they would do on books, for example, but checking the output of the LLMs, which is the ambition to bring LLMs within the legal world.
And do you see this platform being behaving as an agent for the users?
Yes, so basically we're working a lot on this. As mentioned before in our conversation, there are multiple tasks that need to work together. As I said, it's a workflow from legal research to drafting opinions, to putting it together in a document, in a contract that needs to be revised. So these kind of tasks need to work together, and the agent, let's say, workflow is where we're heading.
Hiring challenges. I mean, it's the biggest bottleneck, hiring talents. Either you're a small company, large company. I mean, for the first 6-7 years at Amazon, I spent at least 40% of my time hiring people and learning how to hire people and develop people for internally. So how do you deal with this?
Yes,
and the story of the CTO that you mentioned to me is very interesting.
Yeah, so I'll start from the last one. So Andrea is one of the 3 co-founders of Lexroom. We found Andrea within the Vento venture builder. It was very clear to us that AI is the core of our company, and therefore we wanted the CTO to be a co-founder. So fully on board, as me and Paolo are, so equally split. And we hired, if we want to say him, through a LinkedIn post sharing the ambition of what we were building. And we brought him on board since day 0. He left his job to join the company. And I think the sign of trust that he gave us was the first light that made me understood how clear the opportunity was. And in terms of hiring, also for us, now 50% of our time, all the 3 co-founders, I'd say, is on hiring. It's the biggest challenge. We're one of the fastest growing company in Italy and Europe at the moment, and we went from 3 people 2 years ago to 40 people in the company today, and we're still growing way faster after the Series A round that we will talk about. It's a huge challenge because we need to set the bar very high. We need to bring A players on board, but at the same time, we need to go fast. So you need to find a balance between the 2 to set a straightforward hiring process. And when you feel you find the right candidate, I think you need to be very fast in taking the decision.
I mean, you took a great risk, because if the CTO was the wrong CTO, then you have given part of the company to the wrong CTO. What made you think that it was the right thing to do at that point?
First of all, as I said, it was very clear that in terms of the importance that the AI part in our company has, the CTO needed to be a core part of the funding company. So this was the driver of the decision. And in terms of how we took the decision, the value comes again on the table. So we share the same values. So it's not only about competencies and background or experience, but about values.
Let's jump to another topic, which is, I quote what Yoram said before. I was just walking in and listening to this. Startups in Italy are overly domestic. And which is true, which is absolutely true. And you explained to me that you already have ambitious plans to go in other countries. I joined Amazon in 1999 to start international business. At that time, Jeff was the only person in the company that wanted international expansion, because all the others thought the US was big enough, and they absolutely had no time because there was a complete lack of focus. If they would invest in other countries, and I had to go against, well, I had the right sponsor, but I had to go against a lot of winds. How do you think, because you don't have a product for Italy that is 100% ready yet, and you're evolving and everything. How are you going to balance not losing track and growth and creating a great products for the Italian market and creating products for the 2 markets?
It's probably the hardest challenge that we have at the moment, and it's also one of the main reasons behind the Series A. We just raised a 60 million Series A to parallel the bets. So we don't have time to do things in sequence. We need to go fast. The window of opportunity is very clear and is short if you want. So we need to take the opportunity to go faster. And we're opening Germany and Spain. Actually, we already have clients in Germany. And what we're going to do is to build a structure in the company. And again, it comes through hiring to parallel the bets. So to do Spain and Germany on the one hand, and the co-founders will be split also in taking the opportunity. And on the other side, capitalize and grow the Italian market, which is our main market, increasing the ACV and growing on the enterprise sector. So I don't have an answer yet. That's our challenge at the moment, but it's very clear the objective. So we cannot wait. There's an opportunity to build the X room in Germany and Spain and many other countries as well. And if we are not the company taking the product there, someone else will. And therefore, we want to give it a try.
You said this is like e-commerce 25 years ago, where there was a land rush opportunity. You could not wait 6 months. 6 months would have been too late. And we're seeing this again. Maybe 6 months isn't too much. It's 3 months. So I think that you're doing exactly the right thing. And this is going to be a trade-off. Do I wait 1 year and launch the perfect product? Or do I launch a product getting on the market? And if you want to work in parallel, I think you gave yourself the answer.
Yeah.
There's a big guy called Harvey. Tell me about the company. Well, I mentioned a name, but where would you like to be 3 years from now? Which is the company that inspires you the most? Where do you think you can occupy your space?
Yeah, so the ambition is to build a generational defining company, and it's way beyond Italy, as we said, the ambition. So in 3 years from now, we want Lexstrom to be the European champion in legal AI, not only as a tool supporting legal professionals, but as a way to redefine the access to legal services, which is very different. It's a market that is going to be completely transformed. We look at Harvey in US and Legora, for example, another lighthouse company in our field, and what they're doing great. They're global since day zero, and they're growing extremely fast. So that's something that we are looking at. And yeah, in 3 years from now, the ambition is to be at least the European leader, redefining, as I said, the access to legal services, which means building a product that changes the way we take care of legal stuff today.
Do you think this is a market of 3 winners, or is it a market where there will be 10, 15 players?
It's a huge market, for
Lots
sure.
of lawyers, especially in Italy. That's correct.
It's a high litigation country, but probably at some point there's going to be aggregation on the market. That's my view.
So it's better to. So you have a small few $1 million euros of revenue. You raised 16 million euros, which for the Silicon Valley it's a dwarf number. For Italy it's a very large number compared where you stayed. I think I'm going to make a statement, then I'm going to ask a question.
Okay.
I think you should be terrified of having so much money. I saw a lot of company wasting it and spending it on the wrong things. Because you have the money, you think you have the money, you spend the money. How are you going to spend the money?
I agree, and I think we're very conscious on that. It's something that we care about, but at the same time, we understand, as we said, that if we want to take this opportunity in parallel, and if we want to do more countries in parallel, as well as focusing on Italy, this is also a capital bet. So capital is going to allow us to go faster, to grow faster. And what we're going to do, we're going to invest on the product to grow the enterprise sector. So now we're very present. We're the leader in the legal professional world, and we're going to grow the product on the enterprise world, so bring it within companies and within the public sector, which is another huge sector in Italy. And on the same time, and that's where, again, 60 million comes on the table, we also need to repeat the playbook on other European countries, starting from legal professional field and growing on the enterprise, and again, not in sequence, but in parallel. So without capital, probably this would not have been possible, or at least we think that this raises our chance to be the European leader.
Remember the principle that I mentioned to you before, frugality. Spend the money wisely. wisely, especially on the customers and not on anything else.
Yeah, it's a very precious suggestion.
What do you do besides Lexroom?
So Lexroom is quite intense, as you can imagine, but in parallel, I do lots of sport. I'm preparing a marathon, which I think is also very important to build resilience and very useful to...
So you're sprinting in business and doing marathon in life.
Sprinting business and marathon in life. And I'm also very active on the mental health sector.
Why?
We spoke a little bit about it. I suffered throughout my adolescence of eating disorders, so I have a lot of attention for this kind of aspects, and I try to be active and to share my positive story with the young generation, at least, and to bring these values within the company, but also to inspire maybe the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Martina. Remember, and I think, again, sorry if I'm a broken record, your 16 million euros, it's just the starting point of the hard things to do. That is absolutely, but you are definitely equipped and well organized based also on your life experience around this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. Thank you, Martina. And our next session is titled How a Foundation is Engineering a Tech Transformation and will be moderated by journalist Andrea Malaguti. Joining him is Marco Gilli, president of Fondazione Compagnia di San Paolo. Marco is no ordinary leader. He ranks among Stanford's top 2% scientists worldwide, has served as science attaché in Washington, and as rector of Politecnico di Torino, where he built partnerships with MIT and UC Berkeley. Today, he heads one of Europe's largest private foundation, with 1 billion euros committed to innovation through 2028. Under his leadership, Fondazione Compagnia di San Paolo is driving one of the most ambitious and systematic tech transformations in Italy, from research and talent to venture funding. This exclusive conversation will explore how evidence-based innovation policy and Italy's patient capital are reshaping the future of European tech. Welcome, Andrea Malaguti and Marco Gilli. The stage is yours.
Hi, good evening. Thank you to be here. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to Mr. Marco Gilli. Marco Gilli, former full professor at the Politecnico di Torino, former dean at the Politecnico di Torino, scientific attaché at the Italian Embassy in the United States of America till April 2024, and now president of the Compagnia di San Paolo Foundation. I have many questions for you. We have a few time, so I try to go fast. But just to start, President, to open our discussion, would you like to share some key figures of the La Compagnia di San Paolo Foundation?
Well, first of all, thank you for your invitation, and good afternoon, everybody. I imagine that some of you maybe are not familiar with the Compagnia di San Paolo Foundation. Some others, of course, the local people are very familiar. Some numbers. The first number is 1563, and this is the year in which the Compagnia di San Paolo was established. You know, in that period, Italy was at the center of Europe, and Europe was at the center of the world, you know. Could you imagine that Leonardo da Vinci just passed away 40 years earlier, in, I think, 1590, and Galileo Galilei was born in 1564, just 1 year after the establishment of the Compagnia di San Paolo. So at that time, Italy was really at the center of the world and able to attract many, many talented people from all over the world. And already there, Compagnia di San Paolo was able to have a kind of modern philanthropy, not just to give charity, but to empower people and to promote the growth of the territory. And this is what Compagnia di San Paolo is doing now. We have just approved our strategic plan just a few months ago. And our goal, our mission, of course, is to fight poverty, to reduce inequalities, but not by charity, but just by helping the territory to grow. And we have an endowment, just to give you some other number, of about 12 billion euros, and we are able to have a disbursement each year around 250 million. And our field of activity is mainly in three main fields. One is research, innovation, technology, health. We call this field planet. Then we have another field which is called people. It means education and all the social activities. And then we have art and culture. We are a kind of cross-border foundation. We invest in this territory, but also we invest in Italy and also in some other countries. We're not like Bloomberg, but you know, we are not just only a local organization. And we have a strategic plan which is based on partnership. We operate in partnership with our stakeholder, learning. We would like to evaluate the impact of our initiatives, of our project, advocacy, also to help the decision makers to improve their policies. And then, of course, we have a very, very, very significant international perspective.
But, Marco, what is the role of a philanthropic foundation and how can it contribute to innovation, both in the public and the private sectors?
Well, it's interesting that there is a significant way for a philanthropic organization to contribute to innovations, because we may have a kind of blended approach, which means we can operate at least in three different directions. The first one is, of course, philanthropic grants. We can give philanthropic grants, which is free money that we can give to researchers, like a research agency, for example, like the NSF in the United States. We don't have the budget of NSF, but still, it's similar. But also we can make what we call the mission-related investment, which means that we can invest a part, of course, of our endowment in investments that we call investment with a patient capital, in which the target is not the return. Of course, we should have a return, but could be also a long-term return, could be also below the market rate, but the target is the impact. And then we also have we also have developed some competencies in our foundation, which means that we can also help the territory in some technology transfer processes. We call it a kind of capacity building. Well, to summarize, we've been invited a few months ago to the United Nations multi-stakeholder conference on science and innovation, and the way of operating of philanthropic foundation with this mixed approach is called 4P, which means public, private, philanthropic partnership. And in this way, we can do something more than private organization and something more than public organization. That's where we can make some kind of difference.
And then research, innovation, capacity building are your three pillars of your strategic pillars. Can you say something more about this?
Yeah, of course. It's quite common for philanthropic organization to invest in research, of course. And especially in this area, we have two very good universities, the Comprehensive University and the Technical University of Torino. I'm a professor there. So we invest in research with two main goals. One is to improve the competitiveness of universities, and the other one, which is even more important, is to be able to attract talented people, talented professors here in this area that we really need, to improve our ecosystem. So we have many investments. I just mentioned, for example, the investments that we have in the National Institute of AI that we have here in Torino, which is called AI for Industry, and is participated by the Ministry of University, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Economy. So we have understood that in order to be visible, in order to say something in the field of AI, we need to concentrate human resources, financial resources, and research infrastructure. And so we have created a kind of AI Institute for Advanced Study, just in order to create a bridge between this institute in Torino and the most prestigious centers in the field, academic and industrial centers all over the world. We have also invested in some specific masters to educate people in the field of AI, and also we are planning to do something in order to create the condition that such a center can also provide some technology transfer and the birth of some startups or something like that. Then innovation. Innovation, innovation is quite new for a philanthropic organization. If you look to international organizations, all of them fund research, but innovation is quite different. And our goal is essentially to act as the ecosystem developer, to help the ecosystem to develop. So we have activity in many, many fields, proof of concept, just in order to help researchers to make an idea in such a way that can have some potential from an industrial point of view. We have some applied research centers that are participated by universities and Compagnia di San Paolo in the field of information technology and in the field of genetics and some others. We support the local incubators. We have promoted some program of accelerations. One very, very significant is by Techstar. It's a global program. Many of you may know Techstar is a global program. They have accelerated more than 70 startups, and some of them are still here in Torino. And all together, those startups have been able, to get more than 100 million in the many rounds, of funding. And in addition to that, we also participate to some funds, to some VC funds, in collaboration with other foundations, and also with the CDP, which is the Italian National Promotional Institution. And finally, as I mentioned, also capacity building with a certain number, of initiatives to help researchers, to help companies to apply. For example, to apply to the European Research Council or to apply to the European Innovation Council. That's in brief what we are doing.
So we have a huge problem here in Italy. We have a lot of young people here at Tech Week, but we know that the Italy's demographic curve is truly worrying. And we are one of the oldest countries in the world. So demographic and talent is a growing challenge for innovation. So how do you face it?
Well, that's a problem, for sure. If you consider the number of births in the 60s, there were in Italy 900,000, and in 2024, they are 400,000, so less than half. So the problem is that we are in the middle of a technology transition, of course. We would need more competencies, and we have less young people. But I would be a little bit more optimistic, because there is another thing that we have to consider. The number of graduates in Italy is much below, the average in Europe and also the average of the OECD. If we consider the age from 25 to 64, we have less than 30% of graduate people. In Europe, it's much more, and all over the world is much more. So what we can do is try to increase the number of graduates. We have less people, but we can make an effort to have more educated people. And if you assume, if you make some computation, if you assume that the number of graduates is growing linearly, so now we have around 270,000 graduates today. we can arrive in 2050 to have approximately the same number of graduates. So if we increase the number of students that are able to graduate. But how to do that? In order to do that, we need to establish a kind of intermediate level between the high school and the universities. Just to make a comparison, consider California. California has a GDP which is practically a little bit higher, but similar to the GDP of Italy. And in the public system of California, they have 10 research universities, the University of California, very well known, Berkeley, UCLA, and so on. They have 20, even more, California State University, where they have a master pro, and they have more than 100 community colleges. We need to have community colleges or something like that that give a kind of a joint degree in between the high school and the university. If we do that, so we might compensate in some way the fact that we will have in the next 20 years fewer people. That's for sure. It's a kind of arithmetic.
But we have one more problem, that we have a lot of brain drain.
Yeah.
How can we make this country attractive?
Yeah, and this is the other problem. This is the other problem. Many reasons for that. If we consider the brain drain of graduate people, which is the most significant one, I think I see some data that from 2013 to 2020, there were more than 130,000 people moving abroad from it, graduate people. And this number has increased in the recent years. So there's only one way, to make our ecosystem more attractive. There is no other way. And we're trying to do that with many initiatives. One, especially, that could be significant is to make our universities and our research center more attractive. We are going to launch a program just to attract international faculties. We have a university system which is quite able to attract international students. We have more than 20% of international students in this area, but not international faculty. So we're going to launch a program because in order to attract international faculty, you need, of course, a salary which is comparable, which has a kind of international standard, but also to create package, starting grant that makes our ecosystem more attractive. And all the things that we are doing in innovation, that I mentioned, are just to make our ecosystem. And when I think about our ecosystem, I don't intend just the local ecosystem, but I would say the country ecosystem more attractive.
Time is running out. Last two questions for you. How does artificial intelligence change your approach to the challenges you've set for the foundation?
Yeah, well, I have to say, artificial intelligence, well, first of all, we are in the middle of a technology transition, not only involving artificial intelligence. There are other critical technologies that will have a great impact in our life. Think about biotechnology, think about quantum technology, advanced material, and so on. But for sure, all our life will be embedded in artificial intelligence, from transportation to health. Science will be affected, but also, education especially. How to say, this is for sure, and of course we have to adopt artificial intelligence systems in our work. And of course, AI will change part of our work, will replace some of the intellectual jobs, but there are also some concerns, You know that there is a recent report of MIT stating that so far artificial intelligence has had an impact in terms of efficiency only of 5% in industrial processes. You know that there are some concerns about the fact that artificial intelligence can affect critical thinking. Well, the energy consumption in AI system is very high, so that there are now a lot of new study regarding neuromorphic AI. So, how to say, it's difficult to estimate the impact of artificial intelligence. We shouldn't overestimate the impact, but of course, in the long term, we shouldn't underestimate the impact. I think that the best that we can do is to invest in education, especially for young people, in such a way that they can cope with this kind of unprecedented revolution. And of course, they can be protagonists of this revolution. I think that's the best we can do, yeah.
Thank you, Marco Gilli. Thank you all. Long live the future.
Thank you.
Bye. Grazie, Marco.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Andrea. The next panel is titled How Italian Entrepreneurs Are Breaking Through Barriers, and it will be moderated by Alessandro Tommasi, founder of Will Media and now founder of Future Proof Society. Joining him for this discussion are two outstanding guests. We have Marco Ogliengo, founder and CEO of JetHR, one of Italy's fastest growing companies known for turning complex regulatory challenges into real competitive advantages. And then we have Maria Anghileri, president of Giovani Imprenditori Confindustria, who leads Italy's young entrepreneurs in pushing for a stronger and more unified European business environment. Welcome Alessandro, Marco, and Maria to the stage.
Welcome. Well, I felt like at the altar waiting for you guys. I'm so happy for this session. We need to be as positive as possible, even though we're going to talk about barriers, but the idea is to talk about how we break through barriers, and you guys are leading on that. As Future Proof Society, we launched a survey in these very days, and trying to understand how entrepreneurs perceive the bureaucratic challenges on a daily basis. And some of the data are fascinating, but maybe not surprising. 6 out of 10 say that the government keep asking for data the government has already or should already have. And on a scale 1 to 10, they rate bureaucracy as a 8+. So quite of a big obstacle. Maria, you chair the Youth Association for the Entrepreneurs in Italy. What is the perception among the members of your association of the bureaucratic challenges, how they relate to the daily life of a SME, but also on the competitiveness and our ability to attract and retain talents, I would say?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Alessandro, and thank you, Vento, for having me. It's an honor to be here with you, Marco, to discuss the future of our business. To get you your question, simplification is a key issue in Italy, as clearly pointed out in your survey. 80% of companies struggle in dealing with bureaucracy requirements, and they have missed a lot of opportunities due to bureaucracy, excessive regulations. And 1 in 3 companies also have spent more than 30,000 euros due to bureaucratic requirements. Finally, Italian entrepreneurs spend at least 1 day, 1 entire working day per week dealing with bureaucratic requirements. So it's clear that bureaucracy is an invisible enemy that impacts heavily on our tech startups, on our SMEs. According to a recent survey of the Chamber of Commerce of Mestre, bureaucracy impacts heavily on our SMEs, draining 80 billion euros per year. So this is an unbearable burden. Bureaucracy is also a European problem. You have to remember that more than 70% of our legislation is set by European Commission or Europe. And according to International Monetary Fund, the excessive regulation, the fragmentation of our EU single market has created tariffs 45% tariff on goods and 110% tariffs on services. So we have to take concrete action in order to align European standards to the US one. I give you a clear example of excessive regulation. Over the past 5 years, in the United States, 3,000 new rules have been passed, whereas over the same period of time in Europe, 13,000 new rules have been enacted. So 3,000 versus 13,000, it's huge. We have to take concrete action in order to eliminate overlapping procedures, inconsistent laws, and so on. But we are all entrepreneurs, so practically speaking, what can we do, especially taking into consideration the Italian economy? One measure has created very positive impacts in the south of Italy. It's the so-called ZES Unica. Over the past 5 years, thanks to the simplification of the ZES Unica, 35,000 new jobs have been created, 28 billion euros investment have been created in return for 4.6 billion investment public spending. So I think that we are on the right track, but there is still a need and space for improvement.
Super interesting data. Of course, this idea of the survey came listening to you, Marco, because you always say that entrepreneurs in Italy spend 50% of their time being a lawyer and 50% being an accountant or so on. And so I wonder, well, let's actually measure it and let's see what it actually is. And Maria was recalling some of the numbers in terms of amount of hours and so on. Maria was saying simplification, also regulatory simplification as a tool, as a solution, which is, of course, something needed. But you propose yourself as the solution. JetHR is a solution for that. And I think you have a very interesting value proposition because you raised a lot of money. You are super, let's say, aggressive in a positive way in the market. But if I get it correctly, the idea is to stay in one country and tackle all the bureaucratic challenges that you see ahead. You have also distributed some interesting envelopes today. So who you help actually here and how can you help them in a concrete way?
So I think that as Italians, we tend to cry a lot about the weight of bureaucracy, the weight of regulation, and wait for the government to do something. And I think that's the wrong approach. I think I view it differently. I think we have the most bureaucratic country in Europe. Yes, we do. We spend 1% of salaries just to calculate how much money I have to pay to an employee, 1%. We spend 30,000 euros in bureaucracy, that's for every company, that's what Maria was saying. So we are the most bureaucratic country, and we cry a lot about the regulation, but I think there's a beauty to capitalism, which means that I view this as an opportunity. So I view this as we have the biggest opportunity in Europe to build businesses to solve bureaucracy. I don't think we should wait for someone to do something. We should just take it into our hands and build something. That's what we did with JetHR, no? We try to automate bureaucracy, to automatically apply tax breaks without you having to fill out a form and think about it. We try to avoid that you get fined for stuff that you didn't even know about. And I calculated that if I had used JetHR at my previous company, I would have saved 300,000 euros per year. If an accountant were
300,000.
300,000. Maybe I was particularly stupid and inefficient, but that's huge, no? Or if an accountant were to use Jet Studio, so the same technology that we give to accountants, they would double their EBITDA margin because we automate all the boring stuff and they just focus on the higher level consulting. And you could cry and say, hey, this is the cost of bureaucracy, 300,000 euros, it's not fair, but I see this as the biggest opportunity we have to build. And I strongly believe in the beauty of private business, a private initiative to solve problems. I don't think we should wait. I strongly admire people like Maria who go and fight to change the regulation, but we shouldn't just wait for it to happen. We should take things into our hands.
Let me ask you a follow-up question on what you were saying. You say we cry a lot and stuff, but that comes with a, let's say, a perception and readiness to adopt something innovative if it helps me save from bureaucracy, or it is something that we see and it's a pain that we need to feel and we go the hard way, the old way, and we keep it the way it is. So how easy it is for you to enter the market, let's say, and convince SMEs of the importance of fighting bureaucracy?
So it's nothing is ever easy. I think we have to fight for our growth, just like every company out there. But the beauty of building something that solves bureaucracy is that everyone is on your side. You get a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of fans. So it's easier than many other businesses. You come out there, you show a new solution. It saves you money, it saves you time. What else could you want, right?
Yeah.
And yes, you have to convince people that you're trustworthy, that you're not just a startup that will die in a year. So we all have our battles to fight, but I repeat myself, but I strongly believe that being the most bureaucratic country in Europe is the biggest opportunity we have to build new startups.
Well, sounds like you have a dream job. Maria, we were chatting before, and on the other side we were asking you why you do that, why chairing such an association and fighting for this cause. And also you raised the bar talking about the so-called 28th regime, so this idea of creating a sort of a new state, a new regime to simplify how companies can be set up and where the entity is set and so on and so forth. How feasible you see, how do you actually believe in the fact that we're going to reach that 28th regime, and how it impacts also the competence and again, the talents?
So let's say that tech companies, startups and scale-ups are among European pillars for our competitiveness. And still, Europe is suffering from a lack of competition. Let's think that 30% of European unicorns have relocated their headquarters abroad, mainly in the US. Global scale-ups are based in North America compared to 80% in Europe. So we have to improve our environment. And among the measures that the European Commission have proposed, one is crucial to us, and it's the so-called 28th European regime. In the United States, if you want to start a business, you can do it in Delaware, and then you can operate across all the US without the coupling costs in terms of, for example, of board of directors, board of auditors, and so on. You have the same fiscal and commercial laws. In Europe, this is not the case yet. So the 28th regime aims to create a digital uniform framework in order to allow SMEs and startups to operate across all European Union without the coupling requirements. And the president of European Commission, von der Leyen, has stressed the importance of the 28th regime in her last speech about the state of EU. But we are still talking about it since 10 years. So we hope that now we can see a concrete proposal, because we think it's fundamental in order to make our SMEs, our startups more profitable. Secondly, as you said before, it's also important to invest in education. Today, our companies are struggling to find more than 700,000 technicians or tech graduates. And according to Nature magazine, among 50 top universities in the world, 21 are in the US, 15 in China, and only 3 in Europe. And believe it or not, in 2000, China had none. So we have to foster innovation, we have to invest more in tech and universities.
So how much you trust that we're going to get a 28th regime from 1 to 10?
7.
7. That's a pretty good number. That's a pretty good number. Marco, one more question for you is that they say that we live in a world with animal instinct, medieval institutions, and godlike technologies. It's a terrible mix, and finding a balance is always complicated. I think there's a more growing attention on innovation, fostering innovation, the simplification we're seeing. I think the scenario overall is improving, but still when governments legislate, put a new piece of legislation out, sometimes they see it with an anthropocentric view, this idea of putting the human at the center, which maybe makes sense, is wise, but also it doesn't have to be against innovation. So how would you find balance, and how do you enhance the human to do more through technology?
So I think the principle of having humans at the center, of course, I mean, who is not for this? We are building technology to serve humans, not so that we can serve technology. I think it's very dangerous to start thinking about regulation to ensure that, because you risk blocking technology. No? Take the example of what we do at JetHR when we work with accountants. We automate all the boring work, the calculation of the payslip, and they only have to focus on the higher level strategy consulting, on creating welfare plans, on saving costs, on motivating, creating incentive plans for employees to stay more. This is the noble part of the work of a payroll provider, not the calculation, right? And so yes, we automate the calculation. I think this is amazing for them because it doubles their EBITDA margin. They're much happier. The work is more interesting. You remove the boring part. But we have complete freedom to use technology, right? If there's a regulation that starts telling us that we cannot automate certain parts of the job because it's important that people continue doing them, I think it's very tricky. I mean, how do you write that law so that you don't have the positive effects of innovation? Of course, I agree that humans should be at the center. I think it's... I don't have a solution, but I think it's very, very dangerous once you start putting limits on innovation, because all of a sudden then you risk not having self-driving cars. I think everyone would want self-driving cars. I would want a self-driving car. But do you want to, if regulation starts saying that you cannot innovate there because there's some jobs, I don't think that's the role of the government. I think the role of the government is to ensure that there's a transition, that there's a safety net, that people can find new jobs, not to prevent innovation and deciding top-down where you can innovate and where you cannot innovate.
Yeah, you come from very different worlds. You come from a very industrial one. What is innovation and how comes in your world, meaning in terms of barriers and the one you break? Also, Confindustria Giovani is, should be or is, you can confirm to me, the place for more innovation among the entrepreneurs associations and fighting for this. What is your perception in terms of the members of your association? How they perceive actually those barriers and how they overcome them?
So we have to say that businesses invest where there are predictable costs, reliable institutions, and timelines. And this is not always the case in Italy and Europe. And we have stressed during our last conference in Rapallo that out of 1.1 trillion euros in public spending in 2023, only 9% was dedicated to what we call filiera futuro, the future value chain, which is working on young enterprises, on education, on innovation. So we have called for doubling these numbers over the next 10 years, because if you don't invest in young enterprises, if you don't invest in young people, you don't have future.
Yeah. Marco, we always share some of the crazy things that we learn from different pieces of regulation, legislation. Like you do have some pretty weird stuff that you have to comply with, but also your wife has some. We do have some friends that have to have stupid stuff. So maybe you want to quote some of them. And it seems to me that rather than breaking through barriers, so far we need to adapt. But maybe there's a new wave that it's creating, which is new entrepreneurs able to prove that the positive impact of innovation is so much, positive for everyone that the regulator will follow. What's your perception?
So we have a lot of examples of very silly bureaucracy. And I think it's hard to translate them into English.
Yeah.
So I will. I made this one often, but so in Italy you have something called a collective labor agreement. So when you hire someone, you cannot just hire them and tell them how much money they will earn. You have to pick one from over 1,000 templates and apply that template to your contract. And there's this template for racehorses, for people who raise racehorses, and if they gallop, and there's a different template if they, I don't know the term, if they trot.
If they trot.
So trot horses have
a different
one contract and another one for. So it's ridiculous, no? And this is all part of the bureaucracy that you have to.
But we do have a lot of online businesses that have to have physical offices, even though they don't use them, and it's locked somewhere in Italy, right?
My wife's company is a good example. So she started a company doing online therapy, and in order to start that company, she had to find a physical office with washable walls, with the fire extinguishers that need to be checked every 6 months. And that's the requirement that you have to have in order to be able to invoice someone
for a platform-based service.
For online therapy, right? So she has that office, it's closed, it's locked, and no one is inside it. But without that requirement, she would not have been able to create invoices. And then twice a year, someone goes there, opens the door, checks the fire extinguishers, and ensure that everything is ready, so in case there's an inspection, she doesn't lose the license.
That is breathtaking, but on the other side, I think there's a new wave coming in, and at the end, the change is inevitable. It comes, and the regulators will follow. And thank you for this discussion, and let's break barriers together.
Thank you, Marco, Alessandro, Maria. I love what Marco said there before, saying we don't have to wait for things to get better. We have to be that change and to lead that change. So very inspiring. I won't be leaving the stage for this next fireside chat, as I am honored to sit down with Matilde Giglio, one of the most inspiring entrepreneurs I've ever met. So I'm very excited about this conversation that we're going to have. Matilde is the co-founder of Even Healthcare. And we're going to be discussing the lessons that she learned in building tomorrow's healthcare infrastructure. Founded just 4 years ago, Even has already raised over $60 million from global investors, including Khosla Ventures, Founders Fund, and DST Global. Headquartered in Bangalore, India, where Matilde lives, the company started as the first healthcare insurance provider in India and has recently started opening its own hospitals. Even is rewriting the playbook for healthcare in one of the world's most complex markets. So welcome, Matilde, to the stage. Congratulations, because other than building, more than building companies, you're also growing a baby boy, so congratulations.
I'm so glad, thank you. I'm so glad that the stage today and this year is moving way slower than last year. I don't know, otherwise, how would it ended up?
We should be all right. So we all know how hard it is to innovate, especially in a tough sector like healthcare, and one of the most important ones for ourselves. Can you start by telling us what Even does and how it's different from a traditional insurer and hospital provider?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. Healthcare is maybe the most conservative industry that we actually have, right? I was literally this morning speaking to a surgeon here who was telling me about this really interesting example that shows for how long healthcare has been so resistant to change, right? He was telling me about Codeman, who's a Harvard professor, which in 1910 basically started the first registry to track whether surgical patients actually were getting better, right? And instead of being celebrated, he was fired. That's how kind of resistant healthcare has always been to change. But I think now we're in an amazing inflection point where, you know, we have the data, we have the tools, we have machine learning, we have AI, we have, you know, computer vision to actually make healthcare better. Most importantly, we have kind of the cultural pressure, right, from payers, being governments or being, you know, insurance providers, and patients that want better healthcare. I think, you know, if we look around, even what has happened already in the conference, what we will see in the next few days, a lot of companies are focusing on one piece of healthcare, right? Making better diagnostics, making scheduling better, making booking better. And while that's super exciting and super important, I genuinely don't think you can make healthcare that suits the needs of 2025 by adding tools to a very old infrastructure, right? I think you have to rebuild the whole system. And that's exactly what we're doing at Even. Even is the first payvider in India, which means basically we're doing everything in-house, right? We are the payer, which means we finance care. We are the insurance company that pays for your healthcare, but also we are the provider, right? So we actually are the healthcare company that delivers care. We have our own doctors, we have our own clinics, we have our own hospitals now. Only by doing this, you can actually kind of fix the incentives that are totally broken in the healthcare traditional system, where you have, on the one hand, providers like hospitals, which in private system, of course, they're incentivized to overtreat, to do more stuff, more scans, more surgeries, because that's what makes them money. And then you have the payers, like insurance company, which of course make more money if they neglect care, right? And the patient, they kind of stuck in the middle, where, you know, they're not getting enough care, they're not getting enough preventative care, and we are all stuck in this mess, right? Only if you build the whole system, you can align incentives, because we are a healthcare company, but with an insurance business model, right? So basically what we do is we make more money if people say, stay healthy and out of the hospital. We've decided to do this in maybe the most hard, in a way, the hardest country in the world, but also the country where you can actually see if a whole system can work like fast, like nowhere else, right? So in India, for example, it took us 6 months to build a hospital that would have taken maybe years in Italy to build. It took us $3.5 million instead of $35 million to build the same exact hospital, an amazing facility of 70 beds. There are way lower regulation, huge amount of data that you can use whichever way you want. So we think it's really the right place to actually build the whole system and see if it actually works, right? And if it works better. And I think only if you rebuild it, you can actually solve all of the issues that healthcare is facing, from, you know, staff shortage to low quality to low productivity, etc.
This thing about the incentives, you know, obviously the insurance and hospitals have completely different incentives is shocking, you know, to know that we are getting told to get surgeries that we don't need. So it's great to see how a business model like yours is fully aligned and makes sure that people are getting treated only for what they need. But healthcare costs keep rising globally, yet outcomes are not necessarily getting better. So why do you think that is, and how does your model tackle this?
I think healthcare is maybe the only industry, maybe together with education, that you know, productivity has stalled for 50 years, right? Outcomes have stayed the same, but costs have risen like crazy. And that's not a mistake, that's part of the business model. So if you think about any private system, they of course make more money if they do more, right? More procedure, more surgeries, as we were saying, right? And of course, kind of the only way to tackle this is to build a different model. I'll tell you something a bit shocking. In India, 50% of a doctor's salary is actually tied to the amount of revenue that they generate to the hospital, right? So of course, overtreatment is part of the business, the core business model. So when we started at Even, we said, actually, the biggest innovation that we're ever going to make is not going to be about technology, it's going to be about the business model. We are the only hospital in India that does not reward doctors for the number of procedures that they actually do, but only on clinical outcomes. So we look at was the issue solved? We look at patient satisfaction. We look at the lowest possible readmission rate. And only in this way you can have the doctor and you can have the patient truly aligned, right? Everybody wants to not get ill. If I get ill, I want to get it sorted as fast as possible and I want to go home, right? And in this way you can actually align both of them towards the same goal. We've gone a bit beyond this because we're literally the only hospital on the planet, I think, that has been built for you to never visit it. So we don't want you to visit the hospital because, of course, again, because of our business model, we make more money if you don't ever visit the hospital. So we do a ton of prevention in the form of, let's say, a health body checkup that happens, for example, every single year and that it repeats every single year so we can spot disease and problems way earlier. Or we do a lot of managed care programs for people with pre-existing conditions. So in India, there are thousands of pre-existing conditions and they are very much on the rise as well as globally, right? PCOS, hypertension, type 2 diabetes. And we do groups that basically use both AI and doctors to make people feel better and to make people actually get better. Last year, we did one on type 2 diabetes, which actually saw 50% of people who enrolled actually decreased the HbA1c level, and 25% went into remission, so they don't have type 2 diabetes anymore, right? So only with a model like this, I think you can actually make prevention part of the system and actually make sure that productivity in healthcare increases and doesn't stall for another 50 years.
Yeah, prevention obviously is key for an insurer because you want to pay the least amount of possible, and it's key also to have, to long-term health. Trust is obviously a big issue because a lot of people now, because of these incentives, I guess, don't trust anymore hospital. They don't trust doctors. And patients can't always rely on the quality of care that they deserve. How do you make care more consistent now that you're expanding in this model?
I think maybe the most interesting thing about healthcare is that quality is unreliable, but again, costs kept rising, right? There are plenty of reasons for it. You are two different people going to the same hospital for the same condition, like 50% cases, you actually end up with a different outcome, different patient satisfaction rate. Same person going through the same hospital for exactly the same condition, sees two different doctors, the clinical pathways is totally different. Like actually, your control is very, very limited. And I think, there are plenty of reasons, again, for this, right? Partly is that, of course, consumers don't actually pay for healthcare most of the times, right? Either is the insurance company or there's the government. But I think one very interesting reason why this happens that nobody talks about is that feedback in healthcare is totally broken. If you own a hospital, you maybe do, surveys once a quarter. You might look at customer reviews, bad customer reviews, of course, because you never get a good customer review if you run a hospital, I promise. But that's too late, right? That's too late, and that's too little and too late. So what we said was, okay, we will build a hospital where actually quality is part of the infrastructure, because if we want people to be super engaged with their health, we need to provide a customer experience that is reliable, that is always the same, that has quality that is constant, right? And what does it mean to make quality part of the infrastructure? It means that you actually, in our case, what we do at Even is we track every single thing that happens at the hospital. So from what happens at the reception, to doctor notes, to what happens during the consultation, even to what happens in the operating theater when you actually do a surgery, right? We track everything, and then we input all of this data into our AI system that basically flags if there is any clinical inconsistency between our clinical pathways and what the doctor is actually doing or the staff is actually doing. And of course, you can't fix all of the problems, but this really is used as another set of eyes that helps the doctor be more confident when they are in an operating room that everything is being followed and that the protocol is being followed. We are not, and this is really important, replacing the doctor. We're just giving another tool to make sure that actually pathways are followed, right? And this means, of course, a way better experience for the patient. It means a way better experience for the doctor that, of course, feels more confident. And it means that we don't, lose money on mistakes as well as a company.
And in healthcare, there's a huge issue with staff shortages, with doctors, nurses burning out because they're doing these super long shifts. How is the technology that you're using helping clinicians do more without working more?
Maybe staff shortages is the biggest problem that we have in healthcare. Of course, with aging populations, then you have the rise of chronic conditions, and this is not just a problem in India. This is a problem overall, right? Globally, the US is the same, Europe is the same, and if one was able to actually tackle that, that would be great. I think a lot of companies are trying to replace doctors and nurses, because if you think about it, the biggest shortage that we have is not about MRI machine, it's not about hospital beds, it's not about hospital. We have enough of that. What the problem is actually we don't have enough clinical expertise. So the expertise of doctors, nurses, etc. We can't scale that to a point where actually it fits the amount of demand that there is, right? So for us, what's really important is we never felt like we have to replace doctors, but each doctor has to be put in a condition where they can actually really focus on the things that matter so that they can take care of more patients, right? And about this particular thing, we actually have done a ton of work internally, like 3 things that we can talk about, I think, today and really jump to mind is, 1, we have removed as much as possible paperwork. Like you talk to any doctor on the planet, basically the thing that they hate about their job is paperwork. Like if you think about discharge, what happens after somebody has done the surgery? The doctor spends 2.5 hours, 3 hours compiling extremely boring documents for insurance companies, for the patient record at the hospital, tons of paperwork that they have to fill out instead of focusing on what it actually matters, right? Which is, of course, being with the patient, of course, being in the operating theater, etc. And this also means that the patient, of course, suffers because they need to wait for a very long time. The family has to wait. So what we did was we basically created an AI assistant that pre-fills all of this paperwork, and we've seen that actually we can reduce that time from 2.5 hours to 30-35 minutes of just the doctor's time to actually check if we're doing well, right? And that's been a tremendous help in terms of them being able to serve more patients. Another one that we've done that is super interesting, I think, is voice avatars. So everybody does basically text, right? And everybody really loves doing LLMs with text. But we've seen that anyone over the age of 45, 50 actually hates text, right? They want to speak to somebody. And in India, we're very lucky. We have 60 different languages. So we created basically 60 different avatars that call you and make sure that they do exactly, you do exactly the basics, right? Which is, are you following the lifestyle modification? Are you doing the test? Are you following up with the doctor? Are you pre-filling your documentations, etc.? So that the doctor basically just jumps in to do what's really important, which is to make a clinical decision or to answer an escalation, right? And before, one of our doctors online could cater for maybe 5,000 patients, now 10,000. So safely, they can actually look after double the amount of patients that they were able to before. Finally, of course, everyone is talking about robotics. Everybody loves robotics, right? And everyone thinks that robotics, the hardest challenge of robotics is tech. I don't think the hardest challenge of robotics actually will be tech. I think the hardest challenge is distribution. Nobody has distribution, right? But because we have our facilities, we own distribution because we have our own hospitals, right? So what we've done basically is that we started putting high-resolution cameras in all of our operating theaters. We've done already, over 10,000 hours of labeling content, so that of course all of this data will serve as for the foundation of robotic surgery, of automation that we're going to develop later. So I think only by really focusing on making the doctor have more of an impact and focus on what they really need, you can actually solve the productivity crisis and the staffing crisis that we're seeing today.
It's incredible how when technology is used to remove, all of the admin part of the work, the boring part of the work, the one that is just an ancillary, but you have to do it obviously to care for your patients. Italy obviously has a very strong public healthcare system. We have great doctors. It is under pressure, but from your experience in India, what lessons might apply here?
Yeah, so I care a lot about Italy, as many people that know me know. Of course, I'm not operating in Italy, so I don't have the advantage of understanding deeply the market, right? But of course, in Italy, we have incredibly high quality care, especially when it comes to kind of acute care, to chronic condition, to very important illnesses like cancer, etc. We are top-notch excellence level, right? But then, of course, we have a massive staff shortage issue, and that is very visible. I was reading, like last week, I was reading this Bocconi report where they said that 50% of all diagnostic tests in Italy now are done privately, even if you can do it publicly, right? Why is that? The reason for that is because, of course, we don't have enough resources to actually cater for every single person needs, right, unfortunately. But it also shows another thing, I think, which is very nice, that people are willing to pay. They are willing to pay for a good service, for a speedy service, etc. Now, the question is, do we want the system that we have today in Italy, which is you have a public sector which just handles demand, like all of the emergency cases, all of the high-risk cases, etc. They try their best, they work their ass off, sorry for the word, but that's what's happening. And then you have a private sector that is totally like distant from the public sector, removed from it, and in a way competitive to it, right? And the private sector, what it's doing is what every single private sector does when it doesn't follow a model like ours, which is doing as many procedures as possible, making as much money as possible, doing more scans, etc. Right?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Can I, ask for some water? I just have a... Sorry.
No worries. So basically, do we want to keep going with this competitive dynamic, or do we actually want to install some collaboration between the parts, right? And by this, I mean the public should incentivize the private, through money, of course, to actually help them do more prevention, spot diseases way earlier, and to actually make sure that the public gets as little cases as possible, right? And the most important ones. So there is a way for sure that the private can work collaborative with the public in a much better and more productive way, and which is exactly what we're doing at Even, right? It's about aligning incentives that I think right now are not really fully aligned, but hopefully they will be in the future.
Thank you so much, Matilde. It was so inspiring to hear from you and see how you're just growing, even the things that you're doing. Last year you didn't have hospitals, this year you have hospitals, so I'm excited to see the future of, and how far you'll go.
Thank you so much.
Really, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Sorry for the cough attack. So what transforms a startup ecosystem from emerging to thriving? This next fireside chat, entitled The Angel Effect, How Business Angels Shape Startup Ecosystems, explores the crucial symbiotic relationship between angel investors and founders, featuring both sides of the investments equation. To cover this topic, we have invited Maxime Barbier, founder and CEO of Time Left, who will have a conversation with Alexandre Berish, investor at Agentic Capital and co-founder and executive chairman at Fleet. Together, they'll explore the symbiotic relationship between angel investors and founders. This will be a candid conversation on resilience, strategic partnership, and why Italy's startup ecosystem needs more founders to step into the role of angel investing to fuel the next generation of success stories. So please join me in welcoming Alexandre and Maxime to the stage.
Hi everyone, we are glad to be on stage with Maxime.
I'm Alexandre. I'm a founder myself. I found a company called Fleet. We are doing IT as a service, meaning we are equipping many startups and SMBs. And on the side of things, I've become one of the most active angel investors in Europe lately, invested in 150 startups. And one of them is Maxime and Time Left. Maybe Maxime, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you for having me. My name is Maxime. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Time Left. We try to fight loneliness by building the biggest in real life network. We bring people together in restaurants every week. We started 2 years ago, and now we are live in 200 cities around 50 countries. And every month, 150,000 people have dinners in real life.
So when I got the opportunity to choose a startup to come on stage with me, I thought directly of Time Left because Maxime had a special journey on all this. First of all, you are a serial entrepreneur. You've been a founder before. And then, like, Time Left journey hasn't been straight, no? Can you tell us more about both of these?
Yes, Time Left is 5 years old now, and the first 3 years we didn't make a single euros. We pivoted 4 times, so when you joined, the idea was completely different. At the time, was to try to match people who share the same dreams. It was good on paper, but we didn't go anywhere. But we raised money in 2021. We raised 2 million with VC and some angels like you. And then we pivot 3 times, and along the way, we find a way to connect people, and we choose to connect them into restaurants 2 years ago. And it helped us to scale the business drastically. So in the last 20 months, we went from 0 to 60 million ARR and 0 to 100 employees. So yeah, it was a lot of up and down, but so far so good.
So yeah, if I remember correctly, like the 2 first year, you stay like 0 to 2 employees. Yeah. You made how many pivots?
5. 5. Yeah. Yeah, I think one of the thing I say is the most important, I believe, for founder is the resiliency, and also having the trust of people in your team, and also trust of the people who follow you as investors. But yes, we pivot 5 times in 3 years, making 0 at all, like nothing.
It's crazy. And you mentioned the trust. Like, did you receive always trust and support from your investor, or? Yeah, was there some difference?
Yeah, I think you can share your feedback on this. But when we start at the beginning 5 years ago, we have a full support of the VC and the angel. Of course, after 1 year of trying and 2 pivots, it started to be more complicated. And after 3 years and 5 pivots, it was not complicated relationship, but it was a bit distance relationship. But things change, of course, as soon as the business start to change.
What have been very useful for you? Some people have been very supportive in those days. Like, did you see some difference between VC versus angel?
Yeah, I'm lucky to have both. So I have 4 VC in the cap table and I have 15 business angel. I think they are completely different between VC and business angel. It's 2 different mindsets, 2 different approach. I kind of like the angel approach when you start. Now we raised 2 rounds. We raised 20 million in total. So we are mostly VC back now than business angel, of course, based on the numbers. But it was great to have 15 people I can talk to who understand what we wanted to do at the beginning. And also, I think there is a bit different between money and smart money. I like to call it smart money. Of course, VC, they have network and they can provide you a lot of insight. But having business angel like you or like from others who really help me along the way, I think it's valuable. So I would recommend if people want to raise money at the beginning to try to get some angel, and especially angel who are in the same industry as you, who kind of know where you want to go.
Nice, good advice. If you would do it again, you would bring as many angels as you did, or you would be more selective and take less?
That's a good question. Maybe I will have less people on the cap table. I think when we tried to raise in 2021, there was a lot of money in the market, so it was kind of easy to have a lot of money, and a lot of people wanted to join, so we say yes to a lot of people. What I discovered also with the angel relationship with the business angel is like they are not equal, they are not the same, and for some people give you, I don't know, 20,000, it's a lot of money, so they put a lot of pressure on this bet, and some people maybe like you who are like serial investors, it's different relationships. So I think if you have a business angel who want to join your company or your cap table, I will try to really understand what does it mean for him and what he can bring in the table, and the money he's going to put, how he's going to react if he lose the money. Because I think something sometimes what I saw is like when we were on 3 years ago with nothing and almost no money in the bank, sometimes investors forget it's capital risk and there is a risk in it. And so I think it's a good question to have at the beginning.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I think, I've been investing myself, and obviously it's a very long asset class. And I think many people are attracted to invest in startup thinking like it's magic and you're going to do 10x or something in 1 year. But most of the time you are stuck for a very long time with companies. Really often you lose your money.
I have a question for you. So I didn't ask, but you see the 3 years and the 5 pivots. So how was your perception, you as a business angel, when you invest for something who was completely different to try to connect people with dreams, and the idea was great, and then now, like, how did you see this journey on your angel side?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I chose to interview you, because I think it was a fascinating journey. Myself, to be honest, I told you, I think when I received your newsletter, investor newsletter at the beginning, I was like, okay, this guy is really resilient, commit. He is not, dropping the ball in the middle and keep going. It's true, after a few pivots, after 3 or something, I start to think, oh, maybe he's losing his time, losing his energy. And I think I never told it, no? I think it's belonged to the founder to choose it, no? But retrospectively, I believe it was amazing to stay committed to your... Obviously, you pivot, but at the same time, it was in the same industry and same big idea.
Based about the newsletter, there is a feedback. An investor, the business angel, told me at the beginning. He said you need to treat your investors like clients. You sell them something at the beginning. You sell a vision, and they give you money in exchange of this. So try to keep the relationship with them. And he gave me this idea to have a really clear monthly newsletters every month. And actually, when we raised money recently, this newsletter was really helpful because one of the investors in the cap table follow us since 3 or 4 years now, and he said, okay, I know where you're going, and I have this trust when it was more easy to raise money again.
Yeah, so I think it's something really special about you and your startup. Maxime is writing a very, very deep newsletter, very long, with a lot of detail and a lot of transparency. And it has been very transparent through the up and the downs. And so you can feel really connected and follow the journey clearly.
But you're now in 150 startups. So how is the relationship with startups? Is this always the same? You have a monthly newsletter in every startup. Do you have regular call, or do you have people who go silent for a long time? So how is it on your side?
Yeah. So when I invest in your startup, you were one of my first 10 or 15 maybe. So it was different relationship back then than today with 150, obviously. So I try to read everything I receive, and I try to create value with different ways. No, I think now it's a lot through introduction. I introduce a lot of founders to some later stage investor, Series A, Series B. I think it's very useful for them. I coach them when they try to raise a round. I also make some intro from one to another. You look for some startup who did expansion in Spain, so I can find you some startup who did expansion in Spain. So I'm trying to be helpful in this way, more introduction maker.
Okay. And I'm the founder in this table, so also an advice and something I see many times in the last 5 years is it's like every relationship. So when everything go well, I think relationship can be more easy. And I think when everything go down, I think relation can be a bit tense. And I think that's where you can really see the value of having good investors in the cap table. It's a true story, but one of my investors 3 years ago asked me to give back the money, and then on the round after that, he put money again.
It's crazy.
But I think it's really interesting to see now. I think if I will do it again, or if I will raise again money to investors and business angel, I will have this hard conversation to really try to understand when things going to go wrong, because I think 1% of the time is go wrong at the beginning. You don't find the perfect market fit, right away. It will be interesting to get this relationship. I think on the 15 people, 15 business angels I have, I think 1/3 completely disappear after 2 years. 1/3 become a bit defensive about where I'm going, and 1/3 was still supportive. And I will try to get more of this, of course. Last piece.
And And did some of them reappear when it was successful?
Yeah. One, it's funny. The guy who asked me to give the money back we have only, I think, 6 months of cash before the last pivot. He was the last chance, and he came to me and he said, "Oh, there is a bit of money in the bank. You know, if you give back the money, at least it's little. It's okay. It's a fail. You can just move on." And we went from 0 to 1 million revenue per month in 10 months. And then he come back again. He said, "You know what? I always believe in you. I know you're going to make it. So I would love to give money back on the next round." So at the beginning, I was like, this is not fair. You know, this is not cool in a sense. But I think it's part of the game. And now we are cool. Him and me.
And you think like... personally, I believe like even angel investor, like they are non-professional investor by design. It's like some ex-entrepreneur and people like this who are not professional full-time investor, but at the same time, they should be really aware of the category, and it's difficult, you can lose money. So I think also like in a emerging geography where people are not used to be investor, it's important like they get this sense before.
Yes. But also something, I only invest in like 3 or 5 startups.
You've been investing yourself?
But when I sold my last company, and it was 7 years ago, and they all failed. So I said, okay, I'm not an investor for now. I'm going to focus on myself. But I think something is really hard, I think, on the business angel side is like, let's say you have 150 startups, right? So when a startup comes to you, how can you know how to go into the subject or not push too much, or because it's hard for you to understand every business, right? So how do you manage this relationship to just not be too pushy, not try to, because I have some business angels who say, oh, you should do this or you should do that, and they have no context, right? It's really hard. So how do you find this sweet spot, not being too much and not being too distant?
Yeah, so for myself, I know, so as you said, so I'm almost a professional angel now, like with 150 investments. I just try to add value, bring value. I know like the game in a sense is to find some startups that are gonna do 50x, 100x, 150x. I've been lucky to find a few. So the rest of it, you can lose it and it's no drama, no? So first of all, as you said, for me, it's never a miss if I lose money on one investment. I always think I've been learning and I've been trying to be supportive to the founder, no? I don't try to push them in a bad sense. No, I think you destroy value doing this. Obviously, I can't be an expert of 150 startups. No, for sure. So I just try to add value, like creating introduction, creating opportunity, giving some tips, giving some advice, seeing some stuff I've been seeing that work well in others. No.
And we talked about this also before we went on stage about what about VC versus business angel, and I think it's two different approach. And I think it's okay if you go with only business angel at the really early stage, like pre-seed and pre-revenue and things like this. But when you want to raise like 5, 10, or 50 million, it's hard to do with only business angel. Yeah, so I think business angel are like they're great for what they are, like this early stage where you need, like 50K, 20K to just get the minimum to start. And then I think it's great after they pass the ball, usually to also some VC. And now, after raising like all this money in the last 5 years, I can see the I don't know in Italy, but in French, the market is really well structured. So the VC on Series C, they pass the ball to Series A VC Series A pass the ball to Series B. So if you're doing great along the time, then the track is pretty, it's kind of obvious what you need to do next. And business angel are like great to start, I believe. So if you want to raise money, I would recommend to start with a business angel. Good. Not because you're there, but I think it's true.
It's polite.
It's polite.
And would you tell us more? Maybe I think it's also good, like you speak about your mission at Time Left. I think it's a beautiful mission. And like the impact you have on people's life.
Yes.
I think it's fascinating.
So the idea starts in 2020, in the middle of the pandemic. I was in the opposite side of the world, trying to live my best life and achieve all my dreams. My friend get depressed, the world get depressed, the world gets super lonely, and I wanted to create a way to connect them, not to be a dating app, to be something against dating apps, kind of. And that's why we have this journey over the last 5 years. Now, every Wednesday, we have 30,000 people having dinners in 2,500 restaurants in the world. We have 8,000 women having dinners every Tuesday around the world. My dad go every 2 months. My mom also, like so many different kind of people. And what we see now is the world is lonely, not because we lose our capability to be social. I think we are a social species. We don't have any space in the week where we can express that. And so time life is really simple. You do a personality test, and when you're ready, you book your seat, and next Wednesday you have a table waiting for you with people who are there waiting for you. And it's a great mission. It's not easy every day, to be honest, but what was the most surprising for me is we are live now in 255 cities around the world, from Tokyo to Bogota to France to New York, and it's exactly the same concept. So we find something who apparently is working in every different cultures.
And since you have a very specific business model, like from your investor, did some people help you to scale it so fast in so many markets, in so many cities? I know, for instance, you have like a Rocket Internet investor at your cap table. Like, was they useful on this?
Yeah, so we grow from 0 to 16 million revenue in 20 months, and two things who really helped us. One was they pushed us to go to the US. I think, I don't know for you guys, but me as a French entrepreneur, always on the French market, the US looked like the big guys, the Champions League, a bit scary. And they say, no, you should go, you should go. And now I think we live in the time when you can hire people with deal, you can just launch your business from anywhere. And so as soon as we launched the US, our business completely changed, like it was black and white.
From Fleet.
Yeah, we computer from you. We went from like a really small trend to like a huge thing. US is amazing market, so that was the first thing. And also at the beginning it was a ticket business model, ticketing. So you take a ticket to do once, and they really push us to do the subscription business, to push to the membership, to try to put in place something. So now people pay 20 euros per month to get access to the dinners. And wow, like subscription business model is insanely good for the mind because you start the month, you already have like something who compounds. So yeah, they really push us to do that.
You're at 15 million recurring revenue, no?
16 million
16,
now.
Nice. You are live in Torino?
Probably. I know in Italy we have some cities. I don't know all the cities, but if it's more than 1 million people, I think, yes, we are live. But if you go to Milan, you can have access to... We are live now from Tuesday to Friday in every city.
And how do you see the future for Time Left? Like, what are your big ambitions and goals? And
the ambition of Time Left is to really create a in real life social network, so to put people in real life together. We invest heavily into our tech back office. So to give you an idea, what we do is simple from what you see, but on the back office we manage like 3,000 restaurants simultaneously in an app per night. So we create this huge tech, and I think one day we're going to be able to open this to many people who want to bring people together. Now what we see also is like we have a lot of brands like Netflix or the NBA who come to us to bring their fun in real life. So I think we're going to be soon what we call now the Time Left operating system. So we can be an in real life operating system to bring people together somewhere in real life. We kind of the opposite of AI and the opposite of social media, if you think about it. But yeah, our mission is really to bring more humanity in this world.
And do you reconnect this to like your initial idea? In a sense, yes, no? Like, I mean, you have been pivoting inside, but the bigger picture vision was reconnected to this, no? In a sense.
Yes, the first idea was to connect people with dreams, and dreams are great, but people just dream, they don't really want to do the dreams, so there was no engagement. Then we tried to connect people with something to do, but it was one-on-one meetup, and if you put a man and a woman together, the man will try to date the woman, so you feel like a dating apps. So we pivot, and we wanted to do groups meeting around stuff to do, but it was hard to find something someone want to do in the same time. And then we have the social, but now we're going back to not to the dreams idea, but now we're adding the running club in Paris. We're going to add maybe the karaoke or stuff like that. So now we have enough people that we can do what we wanted to do at the beginning. So almost going back to the beginning idea.
And the first startup you created before Time Left, did you have some investor and some angel?
Yes, we have some only some VCs on this one. It was for 10 years, from my 25 to 35 years old. I sold to the national TV in France. It ended up really badly. They fired me before the end. It was really bad. So they are not VC, they are corporate, so I don't want to judge anyone, but it was a big lesson for me. And so also, like when I get fired from this business 6 years ago, it was really hard, but now it was the best thing who happened to me, because on this new business, Time Left, I really protected myself from to keep the control. And so yeah, maybe the last word for this is like some things don't make sense and it can be really harsh, but let time pass and one day everything is going to make sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandre. Thank you, Maxime. Yeah, you can leave the stage from anywhere. And actually, this concludes the afternoon session. Thank you so much to the speakers, the panelists, and to all of you guys for listening in. I just want to mention that at 5:30, there's going to be the Business Angel of the Year Award. So be back here at 5:30, and thank you for such a great session. Bye.